Please go ahead now.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? I'd like to say good morning, and my name is Sandra Shull. I am the chair of the Toronto Preservation Board. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 17 to order. Welcome, everybody. I am working from 2 computer screens, so if I seem to go left and right, I'm sorry. This meeting is being held using the city's WebEx technology, with members and staff connected by video, conferencing, or call-in. Because we are meeting remotely, we ask for your patience with any delays and technical issues. I can say that this meeting has started more smoothly than the previous 2, so I have my fingers crossed. Members of the public can observe the meeting on YouTube. We currently have speakers who have been connected to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto Preservation Board page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. As we continue here, I would like to request that staff keep their video turned off unless they need to speak or answer questions. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate on each item and during votes. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I would like to encourage you to turn on your video so that I know you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk staff in recording member attendance for the minutes of the meeting. I also ask that all members and staff keep their microphones on mute unless you need to answer a question or speak. If any members do wish to speak on an item, please make sure your video is on and raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate your intention to speak, and I will create a speakers list. When voting, I ask that members make sure that your video is turned on and raise your hands to indicate your vote. Members, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk, Ellen. Clerk staff are available by email at TEYCC, stands for Toronto and East York Community Council, at toronto.ca to help with your motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the board would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. To start the meeting, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic. Okay, can I see everyone? I can't see everyone. So unmute if there's a problem. There we go. It looks like we are good. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to go through the agenda. The first item is PB 17.1.
Excuse me. Sorry, Sandra. We have to confirm the minutes first.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Ellen. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on August 27th, 2020. Can I have someone to move this, please? Robert? All in favor? Okay, good. Thank you. It's carried. Now we're going to proceed to the agenda. The first item is PB 17.1, alterations to a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 32 Rowanwood Avenue, Ward 11. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. It keeps jumping. The second item is PB 17.2, designation of a property on the Heritage Register, 155 Wychwood Avenue. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. After that, it's PB 17.3, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a designated property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 578 King Street West. We have speakers, so I will hold it down. The next item is PB 17.4, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement for 80 and 84 Queen's Park. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it down. PB 17.5, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it down. Our next item is PB 17.6, preservation panel minutes. There are no recommendations. Would anyone like to hold this item? If so, please raise your hand or unmute your mic to let me know. Okay. I will move to receive the information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're good. And then I would like to add an item of new business at the end. That will be about the working report and that our working group had put together. And Elizabeth Sison will address that after 17.5.
We'll just put that on the screen for you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's 17.7, report of the working group to consider options to improve the advisory role of the Toronto Preservation Board. And it's based on the report. And that will come, as I said before, after 17.5. Okay. So I think we're going to get this show on the road. Okay. So item 17.1, alterations to a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 32 Rowanwood Avenue.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I will be speaking on the first item for 32 Rowanwood Avenue. My name is Nathan Bordelin. I'm Assistant Planner with Heritage Planning, City of Toronto. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here's the location map showing the property on Rowanwood Avenue near Yonge Street. Designated under the Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as part of the South Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. Heritage Planning recommends that the Toronto Preservation Board support the proposed alterations to the Heritage Building at 32 Rowanwood Avenue. It's an apartment building known as the Rose Court Apartments. And it's within a generally low-rise residential context. I'll just add that. We go to the next slide, please. So these two photographs taken 5 years apart show the site has gone through some change recently. Apartment building at 32 Rowanwood Avenue was constructed in 1912-1913, most recently contained 9 residential units. The building was evaluated as a Category C building by the South Rosedale HCD study. Category C buildings have contextual significance which contribute to the heritage character of South Rosedale as per the study document. So the photo on the right, you'll see the aftermath basically of building permit that was issued in 2017 for interior alterations, which became more extensive than what heritage planning had reviewed at the time. Original windows have been lost, and you see balconies have been removed. You'll see also the next door building at 34 Rowanwood, also a Category C building. 4-story addition was constructed in 2016. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here's a detailed front elevation drawing by your architects. Part of the current proposal for site plan approval application, which involves further alterations to the building and a 4th-story addition to increase the usable floor space within the building and add 5 rental residential units, to a total of 14 units. The alterations of note shown on this drawing are somewhat visible from the public realm, which is why we're talking about it today. The 4th-story addition was set behind the existing parapet wall, higher than existing roof ridge. Replacement of all windows to match the original windows. Alterations to some original openings so as to accommodate the new rental units. Introducing, and as well as introduction of new openings facing Rowanwood Avenue, and replacement of existing balconies and railings facing Rowanwood Avenue. Next slide, please. Here's a rendered view showing the proposed alterations and the step-back 4-story addition from the front. We found that the proposed alterations generally conserve the heritage character of the existing building and meet the general intent of the South Rosedale HCD study guidelines. And you see the addition is set well behind the parapet. Its visibility is minimized. Can you go to the next slide, please? And this just shows how the 4-story addition is set well back 3 meters from the existing front facade and further back from what is generally perceived as further back from what the step back of the 4-story addition of the adjacent property at 34 Rowanwood. So I'll conclude by saying, also I'll mention permission is still required under the Planning Act for these works. We're reporting on this generally as approval required under Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act for the proposed alterations, and future planning application will be assessed against approval under the Heritage Act and can be secured as appropriate. So we're recommending that we support of this application. We will anticipate that conservation plans provided consistent with the conservation strategy set out in the Heritage Impact Assessment provided by ERA Architects, as well as a letter of credit to secure work included in the conservation plan, and we anticipate final site plan drawings and final building permit drawings to be to the satisfaction of heritage planning. And I understand the applicants are here to make a presentation as well, so I'll leave it to them to follow up on my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. I'll just remind the board that under the current circumstances, each speaker, after they've spoken, we will have the opportunity to question them and then get your questions in, because when we determine that we finish questions, then they will be off the phone. So we won't have access to them again. And after we go through all deputations, that's when we can query staff. So thank you very much, Nathan. And I believe our next speaker will be Philip Evans from ERA Architect.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, I don't know if you can visually see me, but I'll just jump in. The camera doesn't seem to be giving me the option here, but I'll just jump in. Nathan, thanks so much. That was a great presentation. I do have we did submit a slide deck. However, I don't see the need to go through it in detail. I think Nathan's covered quite a bit already that I think would just be redundant to go through. But I'll just say a couple of things. We joined the team, our office at ERA, just over a year ago, and in that time, we have had some great collaborative conversations with heritage staff, the South Rosedale Residents Association, in an effort to try and find a conservation strategy that complements the existing building, obviously, and most importantly, complements and is compatible with the HCD that's in place for the neighborhood. So just a couple of items. The railing that's been proposed is done of non-combustible construction, and there's a request and an alteration that railing be replaced by a metal railing, which would be different, to Nathan's point, from what's existing. So I raise that as a kind of technical issue that we're trying to overcome as just a matter of fact. And so I as much as I appreciate, would like to see something that's along the lines of what is described in this photo here. In fact, the non-combustible and metal railing does serve a kind of important building code issue. And we've gone through the effort of trying to identify in the neighborhood other examples where metal railings have been used and come up with a strategy that we think is appropriate. So I won't harp too much on that. But I just thought everyone should understand where that's coming from. The other point, I'll just I'll wrap it up briefly here, is because as Nathan said, it is a Category C building, which are buildings that contribute to the heritage and the context of the neighborhood. These aren't necessarily buildings that are type A category, which have significance on another level. I just want to raise the concern around the request for a conservation plan, which is often a bit of a formal document we use in Part 4 buildings. We have seen it for Part 5 buildings, but because of the nature of the fact that it is a contextual building, and we do have a kind of repair work that we could easily just include in the contract documents as heritage drawings that would give staff the opportunity to review any conservation scope that they that we've discussed to this point. I just wanted to put out there, it's probably information that would be simply just repeated in the conservation plan for the nature of the work that's being described here, and all the restoration work to the brick and mortar and brick repair. That's all going to be described in those contract documents as a kind of building permit. So again, the request is, could we consider waiving the need for a conservation plan? And the other request I had with respect to the conditions that have been put forward by staff, which again, obviously come from a really important place around securing that the work be done in accordance to as it has been approved, is the request for an LC, a letter of credit. And usually we're writing these letter of credits against the value of the conservation work. Again, because it's a type Category C building, for me, it's a little not unusual, but I wonder how necessary it may be. And I bring this up more as a concern to kind of as a precedent moving forward, the use of LCs against work being done for additions or work in the conservation district as a whole, as a kind of residential scale. It's just, in our experience, I have to say, not something we typically see. And I just wanted to raise it to to staff and to this group around any kind of precedent that we might be saying. And I got to be honest, I'm just not familiar with that tool being used in residential conservation districts. So I don't mean to sound naive about it, but that's as much as I wanted to say. I wanted to thank Nathan and their team for the good collaboration and the South Rosedale Residents Association. I think this is something where, we started out at a kind of curious spot, and we've got it now to a very decent and justifiable conservation strategy. Thanks so much, everyone.
There, just trying to unmute. Thank you, Philip. Are there any questions for Philip? I can't see my board, Ellen.
Yes. Madam Chair.
I hear Robert is speaking. I can see that. There you are. Okay, Robert.
Yes, I'm interested in the public realm and the street and the parking requirements that go along with this. Could you give me some information about how that's handled other than what we see in this rather crude model?
Thanks, Robert, for your question. The parking is to remain unchanged from what it is today. There is and will be a landscape plan that will be submitted and reviewed. What we're trying to do is mitigate any impact, I think, Robert, for any increased tenancy in the building. So those matters around parking, I think, are part of a larger planning conversation that, again, admittedly, I'm not technically super involved with, but I do know that there is a request for a landscape plan that would be put forward in the contract documents.
Well, a particular concern, I think, is the view down the street. In so many areas of this type, all we see is the back end of cars above along the sidewalk. And it seems to me that as part of any changes to this pattern, then further consideration should be given to how we might introduce street tree planting that would reduce the visual impact of those parked cars.
I appreciate that, Robert, in the intent of that, and the South Rosedale HCD. It doesn't prohibit parked cars. So I mean, as an existing condition, I can say that it's not increasing the impact of those vehicles. I can say that it's maintaining the impact that does exist. But I hear your point around could there be further mitigation to the public realm, and I think I hear your comment, and I understand.
Okay, Robert, are there any other questions?
Yes, it's Mike here.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I just have one question. You said your involvement you began your involvement in 2019, correct?
Yeah, just in 2018, Mr. Lane.
In 2018. Do you know if there was a heritage consultant involved prior to that?
I do not know. Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know when the windows were moved?
Prior to our involvement.
Okay, that's good.
You passed.
I'm very curious as to which heritage consultant was involved prior then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other questions from the board, Barbara?
Yes, I just have can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just have a small question, Philip, about the sign for Rose Court. Is there any plan for keeping that in place on the building?
Actually, Barbara, we've not discussed that.
I know it's becoming a window, so it's not actually, I don't know what the visibility will be in that area, but I was just curious to know because it is part of the building.
We did not have plans to keep it or find another spot to incorporate it, but that's a kind of interesting idea.
I think it would be an asset. It might be a bit tricky, as I said, because it's becoming a window, but maybe in fact it just stays where the window is.
I would be interested in looking at that as we kind of round things out here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Philip, thank you very, very much. Our next speaker, I believe, is Daniel Cusimano from Cusimano Architect Incorporated. Is Daniel on the line?
Yes, good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thank you, Nathan, for putting together your presentation. And thank you, Phil, for adjuncting to that presentation. We are the architects, and we have been working very, very closely, not only with the owner of the property, who takes a tremendous amount of pride in what he is doing, and he himself thinks that the building that is sitting there is very, very much a part of the community and the fabric. And as such, has been working very closely, not only with ERA architects, but with various committees at the city, and have been putting together a very concentrated set of documents in achieving site plan approval. So maybe to touch upon some of the points that were raised in the previous questions around parking and the front yard landscaping, we've been working with the landscape department at the City of Toronto. I believe initially there were 3 parking spots that were there, and I believe one of them was a legal spot. And so we've taken a fair bit of time in designing and landscaping the front yard of that property to be able to reinstate the 1 parking space that's there, aligned with the curb cut, and providing a very, very sympathetic transition from the street line to the building face. So I think we will be mitigating any of the concerns that were previously raised regarding the parking. To touch upon the current entry and the fenestration and cornice work there, that is going to remain. We're actually going to bring it back to its original character, so that it will be very, very much in the same kind of character and feel that was previously there. When we initially made the proposal under the current building permit, we did have circulation to the various departments there. And in order to seek the permit process that we currently do have, I believe it went through all of the various departments. Really what I'd like to say is that what we are doing there certainly has involved many, many different people, very, very involved with lots of different departments. And I think ultimately, as Nathan did suggest, this will become part of a site plan approval. But I can assure not only the community, but the members of the Heritage Committee that our owner takes a tremendous amount of pride, and he ultimately will deliver a product that I think not only the community will be very proud of, but the members of the committee, including ourselves and the site plan approval team. That's really all I wanted to add at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Daniel. Are there any questions from the board? I don't see any. Speak up if there is some.
Yes, Bob. I'm looking at the site plan that's part of our package on page 15. I see the reduced parking to one parking space, but I also see a transformer to the the west side of the lot frontage. That's not shown on the in the model, the 3D model that's provided. Could you comment on that?
On the 3D model that was shown in the ERA proposal, I believe the transformer is at the easterly end of the property, and that is a function of providing the services that the building needs. That will be adequately landscaped as well to screen it from the public view. There are certain requirements that Hydro does have, so we have to respect that. Granted, we do realize that it is something that probably would like to be somewhere else on the site, although that is the only location for it.
Robert?
Well, that's too bad. They're the ugliest things on the street. I wonder if there's any opportunity either within the site or in the right-of-way to get some street tree planting.
I have a question.
Yes, Elizabeth?
Can the transformer be buried? The transformer, I would note, is not shown on the model.
Hello?
Yes, the transformer is not shown. The transformer is not shown on the model and that are in the presentation. But as Robert pointed out, it is on the plan. And my question is whether the transformer could be buried, as have been done in other developments.
I can sort of speak to that. We did not look into that, but I can assure you that there's a fair bit of tree roots that are moving through that entire site. To bury it would probably require an area 3 times the size of the transformer. And I think ultimately the best solution would be to see how we can screen that so it looks like a very large U, and ultimately find a solution that is accommodating by everybody through the landscape plan and through the site plan. But it's very, very difficult to bury that.
In fact, the Google Maps shows that the site is quite bare of trees. There's one tree to the west, which is further away, and there's another tree to the east, but it's not huge. I think that I would question whether, in fact, the roots are extensive, as indicated in the conversation.
The roots generally follow the umbrella of the tree. So if the umbrella of the tree is 10 meters, the roots are the same.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, thank you. There is quite an extensive landscape plan that has been circulated with the city. And we would suggest that we are going to be landscaping that to act as that transition between the street and the building front. And we will certainly look at ways to mitigate the appearance of the transformer.
Okay, Elizabeth, are you satisfied?
Well, is the landscape plan available to see? The plan that has been provided, which Robert pointed to, has minimal landscaping around the transformer, in fact, protecting the view from the apartment and from the parking, but is in full view of the sidewalk. So I'm just wondering how extensive the landscaping actually is.
We do have a landscape plan, and I'm happy to share that. I don't know if I can pull it up on the screen, but I'm happy to share that.
We have to do that?
Hi, it's Mary. I don't believe you're able to do that. Only Yasmina can share content. I'm wondering if the landscape plan is available in the ERA document. Since Philip didn't go through the whole thing.
It isn't, unfortunately, Mary.
Okay.
It will be a function of the site plan approval, so there is ability to have some dialogue around that through the site plan approval process.
Okay. Elizabeth, do you have any other questions, or does anyone else have a question?
No, none from me.
Okay, I'm just looking through my people, and it appears that we have asked all the questions we're going to ask of you, Daniel, so thank you very much. And I believe our next speaker is Matthew Ruggieri.
Hi, Matthew here.
Hi, Matthew.
Hi. I work with Daniel at Kusmon Architect, and I believe he covered everything quite well, and I don't have anything else to add at this time.
Hi, thank you very much. So, board, do we have questions of staff?
Yes, Madam Chair, I've got just a couple questions of staff.
Yes, Councillor?
Thank you. Just curious, when did the windows come out and the railings come off?
I'll let Anne or Nathan answer that question to the best of our knowledge.
Hello, this is Anne Fisher here. They came off, they were off by July 2018. And so I can't tell you exactly when they came off, but they were off by that time.
You're looking at the same Google
Yep,
Street
I am,
View
yep.
I am then.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. They had a heritage permit for internal alterations, but that didn't include the removal of the windows or the removal of the railings. So those took place without getting approval under the Heritage Act.
Was there a heritage consultant that was brought on to get the approvals for the interior alterations?
I don't think so. I don't, because they were just internal alterations. It was internal alterations, and there was an elevator housing, so they weren't very extensive. So they would generally, often not have a heritage consultant. It's when they had more extensive alterations, then the heritage consultant probably came on board.
And has the ownership of the property changed hands in this time, or has it always been under the same ownership?
I think it may have changed hands at some point, but I think it may have changed. But I'm not. Yeah, I probably.
Okay.
We're not aware that it's changed since the windows were removed.
So where I'm curious is the change between before the windows were removed and after. Were the windows removed by the current owner?
I don't know.
Okay, I think I'll probably have to ask the architects that at Toronto and East York Community Council. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Barbara?
Yes?
I just have a quick question. I'm going on about the sign again. I do note on the report that it's noted that the Rose Court sign will be part of the conservation plan. So I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be. It indicates in here that you have no idea where it's going to be, but it should be a detail of the conservation plan. I think it's an important feature of the building, particularly since it's being smartened up and looking somewhat more modern. So it's a historical detail that if the sign could be retained somewhere, that would be a good item in the conservation plan.
Yes, thank you. Staff did note that in the report because we agree with you that it was a very important matter and we wanted to ensure that it was included in the conservation plan with other details like the railings so that we can resolve when we come to an acceptable solution with regard to the railing design and things like the sign.
Okay, thank you. It's just because the architect, Mr. Evans, noted that it hadn't been discussed and it was in your report, so I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, and Barbara, that's one of there are a number of reasons why we do want a conservation plan. There are some unresolved issues, but also just to Philip's general point about process, because this is a site plan application and has a planning approval, there is a greater sense of it being a full planning package, and we want to be, and with the LC as well, we want to be absolutely certain that the work is done as agreed to. And given the history of the site, we think that's really important. And so we'll take on board your issue of the sign for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other queries of staff? Alex?
Yes, I just would like to express my concern about the railings. And when I read in the staff report that they share that concern, I'm encouraged. But I'm just wondering, is it sort of airtight, watertight, whatever, to say they should replicate those who were originally on the building, and they should? I mean, I can see now, hopefully there will be a conservation plan, but is it safe to say that we will see something carried out other than what's being proposed now? Is it guaranteed? I don't know if you can guarantee it or not.
Well, the guarantee that we have is that because we are requiring a conservation plan, and the conservation plan is to the satisfaction of the senior manager as part of the site plan process, and because we are requiring a letter of credit, that is as much a guarantee as we can give it. So that is a delegated decision as a result of the conditions that you are placing on it. One of those conditions being the conservation plan. You're delegating the approval of the rest of it to city staff as the project evolves. And I can tell you we're very committed to appropriate railings.
Thank you.
Any other queries of staff? Speak up. You have?
Yes.
Robert?
Robert here. I wonder if there's any way we can guarantee something with regard to street tree planting.
I think that's probably something that is better secured within the site plan process. It's not an issue that we've negotiated from a heritage perspective, and certainly there's nothing. I don't see anything to hang our hat on for that. I certainly recognize the importance of landscaping, and there have been a number of questions about landscaping, and we are requiring a landscape plan. And I will note that the property is actually going to be more soft landscaping than hard than currently exists. So we're going in the right direction. And in terms of street trees, we can take that on board and talk to our urban design colleagues who are reviewing the site plan application. Certainly, trees are something that we try to get where possible. In all application types. So, but typically it's more of a discussion than we'll discuss it within the overall landscape plan, but I would have to kick that over to our urban design staff as part of the site plan process.
Could we do that? Make sure that happens, because I think it has to be seen as part of a street rather than a single property on the street.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other queries of staff? Okay, hearing none, seeing none. Discussion amongst board members. Any comments? Kim?
I just wanted to say I agree with Mary's estimation that the letter of credit and the conservation plan should be kept, given we're not totally clear on who took the windows out and who took the railings out, but it seems like a reasonable thing to be asking for given the past performance on the site. So I would be very in favor of keeping those items in the recommendation and in the motion.
Any other comments? Okay. At this point, can I have a motion regarding the staff recommendations, a motion to adopt?
Yes, I will. I will make that motion.
That's Paul. Okay. All in favor, hold up hands. Okay. I'm just looking to be absolutely sure it looks good. Any opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Okay, Ellen, I believe you needed a little pause. Have you identified the speaker that you were concerned about?
Hi, Sandra. Thank you. Call in user 416761. I'm unmuting your mic. Please identify yourself. Call in user 416761. You are unmuted. Please identify yourself. Thank you, Sandra. We'll leave the caller on mute. Please continue.
Okay, so we can move on to item PB 17.2. Designation of a property on the Heritage Register, 155 Wychwood Avenue.
Hi, good morning. This is Mary McDonald. I am going to move through this item because it's a little bit unusual, and so it requires some explanation. There's a long history of activity on this site. Yasmina, can you go to the first slide, please? The property at 155 Wychwood Avenue has been the subject of several reports, and you can see it here. This is in the Wychwood and St. Clair area, and it is part of a cluster of churches that are on 3 of the 4, I'll call them corners, even though it's not a complete cross, in this area. Next slide, please, Yasmina. The church was added to the Heritage Register in 2008. At that time, city staff did something which I'd love to do more of, but we haven't been able to do it. We did a thematic study of churches in this particular area on St. Clair Avenue between Yonge and Dufferin. And there were a number of them were going vacant at the time, and there was a concern which we have generally about places of faith, but particularly about the ones on St. Clair, because there were a number of congregations that were merging and collapsing and leaving and different things. So we took the opportunity to try to understand this area relative to places of faith. And we brought onto the Heritage Register in 2008 9 properties, all churches in that area, and 155 Wychwood was one of them. A few years later, the property was purchased for redevelopment, and the owner at that time did not want to keep this church wanted to replace it entirely with a redevelopment. And the staff were concerned about that and brought forward in 2013 a designation report for 155 Wychwood. We brought it to the Toronto Preservation Board. The board supported the designation. That's part of the reason why our report is structured differently. Here, the board has had an opinion about the building, and so we didn't want to confuse that. And then it went on to Toronto and East York Community Council, where the local councillor, who was Joe Mihevik, who I understand you'll be hearing from later in this, he was not certain about the necessity of the church remaining. And so rather than designate the building at the time, he turned it back to staff, as sometimes happens, and deferred the designation essentially pending the outcome of the planning application. So the trail stops there for a bit. That particular application did not move forward. The building was not demolished as was proposed in that year, and it has continued to sit there. And now it has been the subject over the last little while of another planning application, which likewise proposes the full demolition of the church. And we've been working hard to get solutions here for this site that we would typically see in other applications, where we would have an adaptive reuse and alteration, adding density to the site. None of that has moved forward. And so in order to resolve the issue of whether or not they should be required to conserve this building, the owner has applied formally under the Heritage Act for to demolish the listed building. So we are under a time constraint here, and we are also aware that the local councillor, who is now Josh Matlow, is like his predecessor, not sure about the necessity, I suppose, of keeping the building, in that he's considering the issues, he's considering the report, the community support for it. There was just a community meeting. And so because we are in stark times in our group, we didn't prepare a brand new report because we weren't sure actually if it was going to continue on to council. And we feel that community council really needs to direct staff at this point to move on with the designation, because it was turned back before. So what we have in terms of recommendations, and Yasmina, there's one more picture maybe, is there? What we have before you is for you to add your voice to the staff request that that our Heritage Planning Group be directed, the Chief Planner, be directed to bring forward a designation to the appropriate meeting of council in time for the demolition request to not have expired. And what that'll entail for us is a little extra work. All the research is there. We've prepared a designation report. I don't anticipate any changes to the cultural heritage values of the property, which we believe are covered by all of the criteria. And the churches in this area have a very interesting history in that, like most village-type areas, once annexed in 1909 to the City of Toronto, all of the local Christian faith groups wanted to establish a church in a significant location, and so you do have a three-corner church area. And this was built for the Presbyterians who did not want to join the United Church at the time, the United Church. So there's an interesting history of faith groups building new buildings when they split from a central group or a group that's absorbing them. Anyway, that's pretty much all I want to say on this, except to point out that what the recommendations of staff is really doing is asking you to also ask Toronto and East Community Council to bring a report to council, and we will update any attributes that need to be updated. We'd have to do a site visit and go out and see, because it's been a few years, and so we'll want to note any physical changes to the building. Thank you. That's it for me.
I guess it doesn't really help to say sorry if I'm muted. So I'm still sorry and unmuted. We'll have to hear from our deputants first, and then we'll have queries of staff. So the first person I have listed is Joe Mihevik. Is he there, Ellen?
Hello, Chair. The first speaker is not present.
Oh, okay. Then I guess, Ellen, we just go on to the next speaker. So our next speaker is Philip Evans again from ERA Architects.
Thanks so much, Sandra. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, super. While they're just pulling up the slide deck, I would agree with Mary. This is a relatively complicated site. I guess it's later on in my slide deck, but I just, as we move through this, and I'll try and flesh out some of the rest of this story, but I'd like us all to keep a couple of things in mind. The first is, the need to understand a process for places of worship. And I know, and I'm aware that many of us appreciate the need for this and what these buildings are in our communities, as they have been for many years as kind of an essential component to the community, despite the fact that community needs have evolved pretty substantially. And there's been many attempts to explore various options for congregations, these buildings and their adaptive reuse, some of which are more or less loose fit in their capacity for accommodating different uses. So I want that to be kept in mind as we go through the slide deck. The second thing is more of a kind of process question. And again, I appreciate Mary's framing of what is a complicated establishing value on a site like this, on an asset like this. And I'm very curious as to whether there's another way to have a conversation about value of place and of assets outside of a development application. And I'll just put that aside and come back to it in a second. So just a high level at 155. So it's located at the northeast corner of St. Clair and Wychwood. And as Mary had said, there's a cluster there, and this site contains a church building. Next slide. As Mary said, this is the intention to designate came forward about 7 or 8 years ago. I can say since then, probably about 2014, my office, I've been involved with and consulting for various potential or previous owners, potential owners, buyers, community groups. I've had many different conversations around this site, many different design approaches and conservation strategies that we've explored. I won't go through all of them, just to say that it does reflect some of the complexities as a case study for what as a community, heritage community, we're dealing with these specific building types. And as was mentioned, a demolition application was put forward as part of a development application in order to table this conversation. And what's before everyone today is the intention to designate. Next slide. So, as mentioned, there's two adjacent church buildings here that are also on the register. The Wychwood Davenport Presbyterian was built in about 1937. Next slide. The site has been vacant for many years. I had done a condition assessment in 2014. At that time, we were noticing significant, it had already been vacant for some time, significant disrepair. Beyond just the poor condition of the bricks and the spalling and the mortar joints, we actually, because of the nature of this building, the Presbyterians at this time, they were going through a bit of a building boom. They were putting these buildings up in quite a quick pace. So this is a bit of a composite where it's a steel frame with which is encased by brick, and you'll see if you get out on a site visit some rust jacking that's playing out. But I won't go through too much of detail of that right now. Next slide. Which shows some of that exterior efflorescence, and on the interiors where you see where some of this damage is occurring. Next slide, which I don't know if is in this slide deck. Sorry. Next slide. Okay, it's not in this. So because we're, and again, I'm trying not to get into too much of the proposal here, but the fact that it's on an avenue, the fact that in our kind of extensive work and understanding, is this a candidate for adaptive reuse, and an extensive consultation with community members. Next slide. And the previous attempts to accommodate new community use. Next slide. Again, we are not of the opinion that this is a candidate for designation, and whether I agree or not, if it has design-associated contextual value, if it does, in my opinion, it's somewhat limited. Not getting into whether it does or doesn't. The fact that as a kind of as-purpose building, and the issue that we're dealing with here, the fact that there's no longer an active congregation. Adapting churches is quite complex and requires a special and kind of unique set of considerations. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. There may be a handful of approaches and variations on that, but we are dealing with a set of parameters often that is quite different. We do not have the qualities such as scale and condition in this case that are attractive to contemporary uses within the community. And in our opinion, where we've invested about 7 or 8 years into this process, what we're of the mind is that the community's desire and needs should be acknowledged through what is a compatible building that might accommodate what the future of our communities is to evolve. As there is a development proposal, next slide, which I'll share with this group, and I appreciate that that's not what this group is here to acknowledge today, but it is, I think, important for context. It is an 8-story building. There is a lot of effort being to try and accommodate improvements to the public realm with at-grade retail, rear step-backs to the neighborhood, a material palette that is incorporating, materials of the building fabric that exists with brick, and in an effort to balance many of the kind of planning and urban design objectives, particularly the St. Clair Avenue study. There's a lot of questions that need to be resolved here. The least of which, does this building have value? Next slide, last slide. And again, I just want to note, we're not in support whether or not we agree it meets the 906, we do not think that this is a candidate for designation. We do, however, acknowledge that there is a need to describe value and be able to appraise cultural value, which includes a process that we may be having a little bit of a gap on as a group, as a community here. And that's one that I wonder if the format already exists in some of the great work that staff have been doing in their own internal cultural heritage evaluation reports. And if that's something that we, as a larger community in the profession, could build on, that could include voices beyond what we are typically used to seeing, voices that are not professionals, that are not just limited to the municipality, but that are voices in the community, that we've not had a place to weigh in on what value is and how that value is changing in the new world that we're all experiencing. So I'll just leave you with those two pieces, and I would welcome any conversation to articulate some of the real interest on a staff level in the policy division in the municipal and the kind of development review at Heritage staff to work with everyone to develop a process that can evaluate and appraise cultural value outside of a development application. This is really important. I do think it's a gap, and I just wanted to sort of table that for the group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Group, board, questions of Philip? Robert?
Robert, I have a question. Isn't there currently a building being marketed on this site?
It could very well be, Robert. I'm not aware.
I mean, the difficult thing for me, I understand the dilemma that we're all facing here. But one of the questions I asked, so if we demolish this building, what do we get in its place? And from what I've seen of the building that's being promoted, is like three buildings, one on top of the other. I mean, as usual on avenues. Something that meets the mid-rise guidelines about the width of the street and those kinds of rather one-size-fits-all regulations that planning now seems to have adopted. I mean, we're not getting a sympathetic replacement of something that at one time the community valued. It's become part of the a development, maximizing development approach rather than a sympathetic infill to the community. And the tools that we have to control that seem to be so blunt instruments, designation or not, in order to get somebody to take what exists on the site seriously. It seems like a really crude tool, but there's not much else left to us. So I guess it's not really a question.
I was just going to say, don't you think?
Yes, exactly. Don't you think?
Yeah, and I appreciate what I think we're all trying to articulate here, and the kind of shared frustration. I'll be as transparent as I can be. Again, what's in front of us right now is a question of whether this asset has heritage cultural value, and that is a really difficult question to ask in the midst of, in the format of a development application. And it's frankly, from my perspective, and it sounds like it may be, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it is distracting. A development application being brought forward as the format to discuss whether or not this site has value, I find a little distracting. And I appreciate that the instruments are blunt, but maybe that's yet another reason to understand and articulate something that has a finer point to it. I won't speak to the expectations around Avenue Road and the sort of larger interest in siting density along these avenues along St. Clair. But that is the vision that was put forward and acknowledged by the community. And I was not involved with that, and what I can say is, if what is being replaced does not reflect the values of this site, I mean, I don't have an answer for that. I think about thousands and thousands of church sites across this city, all with different congregations that are struggling with this very big problem. And I think that we're ready as a community for a conversation about places of worship and what their futures are and what their roles are, because they're important as places of worship, and some of them do have architectural and associated contextual value. How many of those thousands will we get an opportunity to do something about? I would say, with the perspective that I have, this does not make the top however many, and it's not about picking one over the other, but I appreciate this is a complicated issue.
Any other comments?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes, Philip.
Philip?
Paul Farley.
Sorry. Paul, yep.
In your assessment, you said that the community felt no value. That there wasn't. But is there any community value in the replacement? Is there? I mean, there's an application, a current application in for a replacement for 27 units. And what you're saying to us is, there's no congregation there, and if you intended to designate this at the moment, there's no cultural there. But if we don't support the intention to designate, what tool have we to protect any residual cultural heritage value in the building? Because there's no value at all in the replacement building. It's just demolish it.
It's a really good question, and we've been racking our brains about it too, Paul, because we do think this site has value as a place within the community, and it's a reflection of what the community values. So I don't have an answer to that, Paul. But if you were to hone a designation description that spoke to that as a kind of intangible piece, and I know this is something many of us have had lots of conversations about. It's in the OP now, but we're kind of exploring that. What that actually means. I just want to make a correction.
If it doesn't go through the 906 framework, there's no way of assessing it.
Exactly.
And then the second question I had about the appraisal framework for cultural assets outside of development application. Well, we have the new heritage survey. We have other methods, and the heritage survey would seem to me to fit the bill in terms of appraising the cultural assets outside of the development cycle. What do you think?
So I'll just make a correction with something I said. We did not have any mandate or requirement to to, or kind of medium to consult with the community around, does this building have value, and present that to this group outside of a development application. I was involved with, and the team was involved with, a number of community consultation around what development might look like on this site, Paul. And at no point was there discussion about whether, or interest, frankly, of any of the meetings that I was attended, and I can let staff speak to this as well, whether or not this heritage building had value. It was frankly always understood in the context of a development, and whether or not development could be achieved that was appropriate. That was the context for does this building have value or not? And when we slip into that realm, Paul, I'm somewhat uncomfortable, and I don't like to have those kinds of conversations. But that's.
But I think we should be having it, Phil, on the designation.
Absolutely.
As opposed to whether or not we should do the
1,000%.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from the board? Yes, Julia?
I've got one. I recognize that we need a process for the transition of places of worship into something more. Where was the decision arrived at that retail at grade is going to serve the community better than another community space? You've got a lovely design proposal, and you're talking about servicing all of these people. You've talked to the community. This wants to be in service of this community. Why is another retail at grade when usually the chatter coming out is we need more places for our community to meet? So I think there's maybe a failure of the imagination here.
Is it really?
Anyways, these are more comments, Sweeney. Questions you have?
No, my question is how was the decision for retail reached? Was there a process by which did they look at other options for that space?
And Julia, that's a great question. I'll just simply say the St. Clair Avenue study spells out a kind of vision for this stretch of St. Clair. I think that's one piece. I think the other piece, and again, I've been involved with the file for about 7 or 8 years or so, and I can't divulge who and which community groups we had spoken to and engaged, but I can guarantee you that a number were engaged, and we explored various different in different capacities. So that is not part of this presentation, and that's as much as I can offer. Your good question there. Thank you.
Any other questions, Phil, from the board? I'm just going through my photos. Nope. Okay, thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions of staff?
I just have one comment.
Matthew? Oh, sorry.
Can we just
Matthew and then Barbara?
Can we just remove the presentation? Remove the presentation?
Yes, Mina, can you take down the presentation, please? There we go.
Can I make some comments, Sandra? It's Kim.
Okay, can I have Matthew first?
Oh, sorry.
Barbara, you were just asking.
When I'm so far away. Okay, yeah.
Matthew,
okay.
are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, just waiting. Okay. I would just like to give staff the opportunity to address the letter that was sent by the former councillor, who stated that the listing for the property wasn't, according to him, wasn't put forward with any heritage in mind. It was used as a tool to address just development pressure. And I'd just like to give staff an opportunity to address that, the work that was put in on the listing report. originally.
Thank you, Matthew. I can't speak for what other people think the reason why things are done, but I can tell you that this was a very heritage-centric, thematic study of churches in a particular area of Toronto. So, and heritage staff were doing this independent of individual development applications. So to Philip's point, he's been involved for 7 or 8 years. I've been involved for 12. And we did a review and understood these places of faith within these communities. And our listing report recommends what staff believe have heritage value. And that was to guide the future, for sure, as a lot of our listings and designations are, but they were not part of a negotiation or discussion. So I can't speak to what other people feel. I certainly know that many councillors, as they understand the community issues as Philip has represented them, are not sure necessarily about the heritage value versus what the community needs, and sometimes feel that the listings are sort of placeholders for future conversation. From staff perspective, we fully believe this as heritage value. We prepared the reasons for designation the last time because of the demolition that was imminent. And in this case, we have prepared this report because of the threat of demolition that is imminent again, and also because we feel, and this is why we've structured the report this way, and it actually speaks handily to what Philip characterizes as the dilemma on this site and perhaps other sites where maybe the community's needs are not to conserve the heritage building and to, through that designation, find an adaptive reuse. And so we're asking community council to consider that. The local councillor and the community council and city council, but in this particular case, TUICC, that is the place to weigh and judge that issue. I agree with Philip that I am very uncomfortable with saying, designate this building because it has value, but what's coming in might have more value. So does that make the church less valuable from a heritage perspective? So that sort of weighing, that isn't what we're doing here. We're specifically not trying to do that here. We're trying to confirm that the city believes this has value as determined by city council as the final decision maker.
Yep, and I didn't mean to be accusatory in any way. I just thought it deserved to be addressed.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I certainly wasn't taking it that way. But I just want to be clear about the heritage report that's before the board is about heritage value. It's not about the development. It's not about what's coming in. It's not about anything other than that. Community council will weigh the overall needs of the community and make a decision. And that's really what we're trying to make transparent in our report. And in so doing, may well clear the way for something new for the community. And that is their role, in my opinion.
Okay, just one more quick question. Have you had any chance to see the current state of the building? The architect was saying that some of it is in poor condition.
No, we haven't done an updated site visit. You can see from the pictures, there's certainly problems. It is, I have my own feelings, as I know board members do, about listed buildings that sit unheated and unprotected for a number of years. Because the designation didn't go through, we didn't have any tools to do any MLS requirements. Listing doesn't protect against decay. So it is unfortunate that in this 12-year period, it has continued to decay. And I have no doubt that there are condition-related issues.
Okay,
But the extent of them, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mary. I believe, Kim, you had questions.
No, I had comments. I thought we had gone on to that.
We're not up to comments yet. No, we're still up to that question. Any other questions? Yes, Barbara?
Just a matter of process, Mary. This property came up for designation in 2013. Why was that not pursued after the demolition was put aside? I mean, it already was under threat with one demolition. I would think that the common consensus would be it probably would be under threat again. So why was that designation not carried through at the time?
The councillor at the time, Joe Mahevik, referred the report back to staff so that we would report again in the context of the development application. So that is the other sort of interesting thing about Philip's observations about heritage value being determined within the development process. I fully agree, needs to be disentangled. That's what we were trying to do there, but it got put together again pending the development application. So we as staff can't kick the ball over to council. It needs to come out of committee. So it slumbered there, and knowing that we didn't have a supportive councillor, there was really no point in coming back to community council again periodically.
Okay, and just a comment back to Matthew's question about the condition of the building. I'm sure that the consultant has seen worse buildings than this, and they have been repaired. And I guess, as you have, it's a comment really, but it really is sort of demolition through neglect. I would think that the staff would agree with that. And I'd never see a condition as the consultant brings it up, and I think the staff, you can confirm this, but I would think that condition to me is not necessarily the thing that should make or break a designation, because most things are repairable. It's a question of money, but they're repairable. Is that generally consensus of staff, that condition is not a make or break item?
Absolutely, and the designation listing, in particular, designation in particular, doesn't stop additional questions being asked. Should it be designated, and should it become structurally unsound in a way that needed to be looked at by Toronto Building staff in terms of life safety? We would go back in there and try to understand that with a full condition report. But no, condition is not something. Integrity is what we consider, and this building has retained its integrity.
I would agree with that. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mary from the board? Okay, then I can ask mine. Mary, to Paul's point, first of all, the board already had approved for listing. So in my books, unless something dramatically different has taken place, it would be odd not to designate. But doesn't designation give you the tools you need to talk to this developer or any future developer about saving all part, whatever makes sense of the building?
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes it clear as a city interest, right?
It doesn't mean that he has to keep the whole building and that's the end of it. I mean, it opens the way to an intelligent discussion.
I believe so. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So if there are no other questions of staff, which there do not appear to be, thank you, Mary. And can we have a discussion among the board members? Any comments from anyone? discuss. So, Julia.
Oh, sorry, Kim? I was just going to say, this is an interesting building, and Mary touched upon it, that it's built in a particularly unique period, and I think this is worthy of probably a little bit more focus and discussion, which we would enable it to do by by designating and tossing it back to city. It's actually one of 3 churches built after Church Union in 1925 in reaction to Church Union. So there is a larger Toronto story here that ties in. So I think it's just worthy of exploration.
Okay. Any other points for discussion?
Yes, Sandra, can I make a point?
Yeah, Kim, sure.
I had 3 things I wanted to say. I mean, one thing I think is very important is to understand that the church is an aggregate. I mean, if it's part of the study that Mary was alluding to, that the heritage staff did, that there's actually 9 churches in this area along St. Clair. And so you have to think of this as part of a system, a recognizable landmarks going along St. Clair, which I think is really, really important as a city scale item, which I think is sometimes missing when we're just looking at an individual property and not its role within a larger context of the city. And with that, I want to talk about context, is that, when people throw around the thing that, the community doesn't care about this and the community doesn't care if it comes down, well, there is a larger community. There is a heritage community, and it's not just a local context that I think there's a problem in the notification of people when they think something might be at risk. If there's a larger community, there may be a whole community of people in the city who are concerned about the role of churches in our community, how they're developing, their role in history. That constituency is missing when they are being consulted. So when they do find out, they're often told, too late, sorry, this happened last year. And then the third thing I wanted to mention is the building type. I know that the development application is not part of this discussion, but nevertheless, the one-size-fits-all that Robert alluded to, that I agree completely with, is that it's a crisis of design. I mean, if you have this building designated, someone's got to think about the open spaces associated with that building type. You can't just put the same old commercial kind of replacement on that site. It was a church. It was a sacred site. There is something more, there is something special that should go there that recognizes a different kind of building type. And it seems to me it's a design issue which can only be addressed through designating this property. So that's it.
Any other comments? I tend to think we're all on the same page. Paul?
Yes, very eloquent comments, and I think it would be we would be remiss if we allowed this to be demolished before the heritage value is assessed, and so I move the staff report.
Thank you, Paul. All in favor? Mike, Paul. Anyone opposed? Okay, it's carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 17.3, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a designated property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 578 King Street West. And I have Emad Gattis from GBCA, Taylor Balladis from Audax, and John Piero Puglisi. So can we start with Emad when he's available and ready?
I just want to confirm, is Georgia going to make a quick presentation before, or I'm going to jump in?
I'm terribly sorry.
It's okay, no problem.
I'll actually be speaking first. This is Larissa, and then I'll pass it on to Georgia. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Larissa Quattro-Chucky. I'm an assistant heritage planner with the City of Toronto, and I'll be presenting on item PB 17.3, intention to designate the property at 578 King Street West under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and then I'll pass it on to my colleague Georgia to speak about the development application. Next slide, please, Yasmina. The property index map on the screen shows the location of 578 King Street West, including the entrance address at 580 King Street West on the north side of King Street West between Portland Street and Spadina Avenue. Next slide. The property contains a two-story factory-type building on a raised basement with Edwardian classical style details, and it was designed by Burke and Horwood in 1904 to 1906. The property at 578 King Street West was listed on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register in May 2005, and it is located in the proposed King Spadina Heritage Conservation District. Following research and evaluation according to Ontario Regulation 906, it has been determined that the property at 578 King Street West has design and physical, historical and associative, and contextual value. Next slide, please. With its rectangular form and massing, two-story scale on a raised basement, and the presence of regularly spaced window openings that let ample light into the interior, the property at 578 King Street West is valued as a representative example of a factory-type building. The building also has value as a representative example of the Edwardian classical style, which is evident in the masonry, the presence of brick pilasters, horseshoe and triangular arches with stone coping, and a stone lintel with dentil molding on top of corbels carved into stone in the principal elevation. The property has historical and associative value through its potential to yield information about the early 20th century industrial development of the King Spadina neighborhood. It also has value through its association with Davis and Anderson, a successful printing and bookbinding company that built and occupied the property for 53 years, as well as its association with the prolific Toronto architectural firm Burke and Horwood. Lastly, 578 King Street West has contextual value as it defines, supports, and maintains the early 20th century industrial character of the area and is physically, functionally, visually, and historically linked to its surroundings, especially to the flanking heritage properties. I'll now pass it over to Georgia.
Thank you, Larissa.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. My name is Georgia Cush from Heritage Planning, and I'll speak to the recommendations in the report to approve the alterations and to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Next slide, please. So the proposal before the board is the result of negotiations relating to an LPAT settlement involving community planning, urban design, and heritage staff, as well as the applicant's team. The proposal involves the construction of a 9-story building plus mechanical. And as you can see in this rendering, the primary wall facing King Street West and the visible portion of the east wall on the right will be conserved in situ. Next slide, please. You can see from this section that the step backs occur at the 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 10th levels, the 10th being the mechanical. Next slide, please. A 1.75 meter step back from the east elevation has been added in order to provide some open space around the gable end of the historic adjacent silver plate building. And that is illustrated on this drawing on the right. And you can see the arrow at the top showing the step back. The street-facing wall will be modified in order to accommodate new retail uses by bringing the original entrance down to 2 grades, and that is the entrance on the right side. And I think it's about 2 steps down. By creating an entrance on the far west side by lowering the existing window opening. By glazing 2 of the 3 spandrels in the 3 central bays above the basement level windows. And by introducing a new entrance door on the blank east elevation. Now, the revised proposal has come a long way from the original application, and I've outlined that in the report, and therefore staff are recommending approval. The proposal conserves the physical attributes of the property that are visible from the street, and the building will continue to contribute to the area contextually. Now, I believe Imad will be providing more information on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you very much, Georgia.
Good morning, members of the board. You can hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, so my name is Imad Gattas. I'm with Goldsmith Borgel and Company Architects. We're the heritage consultants on this application. I want to thank Larissa and Georgia for their presentations. They pretty much went through, I guess, 75% of mine. So I'm gonna go through mine quite quickly, but I'm providing some additional visuals to supplement what was said before. So next slide. So the context, we're pretty much in King Street West, and the site is highlighted in the red dash boundary. And what I'm showing here is the existing context that shows existing buildings proposed and approved and proposed under construction or completed, showing the evolving nature of the built form and the immediate context that ranges between 9 stories and 16 stories immediately surrounding the subject site. Next slide. Quick existing views looking eastbound and westbound along King Street. So the existing building is in the middle of the image, and all the brick buildings that are shown on this side of King Street are included on the Heritage Register. And the silver plate building, which is the rightmost building that's set back from the street, that one's designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and currently includes the Factory House condominium building at 10 stories. Next building. Sorry, next slide. So I like to show archival existing, so 50 years apart of these two, the two buildings, or the same building. Larissa already gave all the details. I'm just summarizing it underneath here. The building's currently in use for gym fitness spaces and a nightclub on the main raised floor. Next slide. So as Georgia mentioned, the proposal went a long way since its initial submission in September 2018. At that time, it was proposed for a 15-story development with a 4-story base on the middle volume and then a 9-story upper volume, all consisting of commercial and office space. It was subsequently appealed at the LPAT, and during negotiations and discussions with all planning departments, we've revised the proposal for a 9-story building as shown on the image at right. So that transitions quite well between the proposed 12-story on the west side that's currently under the review and the existing 10 stories to the right that has the silver plate building as the base, which is currently the keg restaurant. The addition is set back, and the glazed addition makes pretty much the addition distinguishable from, compatible with, and subordinate to not just the existing building on the site, the Davis and Henderson Company building, but also all the brick buildings on the north side of King Street. Next slide. So additional visuals, the contextual view along King Street and the section view, which starts at about more than 5 meters setback for the first 4 stories, and additional stories above they incrementally increase. I've added an image of the interior view of that exterior wall that shows brick and stone work, detailed in a way that was meant to be exposed. And it's our intention in future stages as the project evolves to, as much as feasible, expose that detailing, because it does add to the character of that wall. Next slide. Ground floor plans. So we have it's rotated in a different way to get more space, but the existing entrance is on the eastern side, so the north, the top arrow. We're adding an entrance to the south side, or the west side, I should say, to lead towards the office spaces. And the east bay is being altered to accommodate a new covered entrance, which will allow entryway to the commercial space and to additional exit staircases for the project. Next slide. So the main strategy is to rehabilitate the property into new commercial uses. By doing so, an important step we're doing is to make the building accessible from the street. At the current moment, there's a raised floor or a piano nobile where you have to take a flight of stairs to go to the main level. We're proposing to lower that at grade so that there's no more of that requirement. We're illustrating here the removals required from brick and the removals required from either windows and doors to make that feasible. So there's an addition to the door on the west bay and a new modern canopy, as well as accommodating new window openings on the two middle bays to allow more lighting inside, and the removal of the door and the window unit, as well as the steps on the easternmost bay to allow more light inside and to permit that entrance canopy. So these are, in general, the alterations. The existing windows that are on the building, on the upper stories, are original and in wood, and it's going to be our intention to restore them pending further assessments as we enter the conservation plan. Because they do add to the character of the building. That concludes what I need to say, but I want to again thank city staff for their during those discussions to arrive at this favorable proposal, and we're going to continue working with them as we move forward into the conservation plan during site plan stage, and et cetera, et cetera. And we remain available if you have any questions. I understand John Piero and Taylor from Audax are the architects on the project, and they are here if you have any questions architecturally related. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Imad. First questions to Imad. Anyone? Don't see anyone. Robert?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
On that elevation that's still on the screen, could you indicate where the second floor level is?
Yes. So the current main floor is right above the raised basement, and then the second floor is pretty much the brick spandrels between the two levels of the tall windows. That's where the second floor is.
So the new ground floor will be at grade?
Yeah, the new ground floor, we're proposing to remove the current, I guess, raised floor and bring it lower to grade. So there's no need for that.
So I'm right in thinking the ground floor is then like a story and a half high internally.
Correct. So
okay. So it's 2 floors instead of 2.5 floors.
Yeah, 2 floors.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of Imad? Okay. I think we're good. Thank you, Imad.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Taylor? Is Taylor there?
Hello, Chair. That speaker is not present.
Okay. So moving along, what about Gianpiano Pugliese?
Good morning, everybody. This is John Piero. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm the architect for the project. Sorry, Taylor is with me. He's not signed in separately. In any case, I have nothing further to add. I think Emad and Georgia covered the contents. Thank you.
Okay. Just by chance, are there any questions for the architect from the board? Okay, thank you very much. So discussion, yes, any questions of staff? Okay. Any discussion among us? This is going to be clean. Okay, can I have a motion to adopt? Barbara?
I move to adopt the recommendation.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, I can't see. Anyone opposed? Speak now for Ever hold your peace. It's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are moving on to item PB 17.4, the intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement for 80 and 84 Queen's Park. Staff speaker? Gary, is it you?
I was muted.
Yes.
So I was saying, yes, it's Gary Meadham. I'll speak to the first portion, and my colleague Dan DiBartolo will speak to the second half. Yasmina, could we do the presentation? While she's setting that up, I'll say I'm a project manager with Heritage Planning, and I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague, Mary Beth McKeag, who did the research and evaluation for this report, but was unable to be with us this morning. So I won't take credit for her great work. Is everyone else also seeing a gray screen?
That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yasmina is on mute. I'm not sure what's up. Oh, there you are.
Excuse me, if I may.
Ellen?
Yeah, I think what we'll have to do is we may have to show it from here then. We'll take the screen over and run through the staff presentation. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, great. So I'm here to present part of the report in item 17.4, which recommends that City Council state its intention to include the property at 80 Queen's Park on the Heritage Register and to designate the properties at 80 Queen's Park and 84 Queen's Park under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act for their cultural heritage value. Following research and evaluation, staff have determined that the two properties meet the criteria in Regulation 906 under all three categories of design, associative, and contextual values. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So here's the location just south of the ROM on the west side of Queen's Park. And we'll go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This is Wychwood, later renamed Faulkner Hall at 84 Queen's Park, and it has design value as an important example of one of the grand Edwardian arts and craft houses built on this section of the university grounds in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, prior to development of this area as university and cultural precinct. It has associative value as it was designed in 1902 by the important Toronto firm of Sproat and Rolfe. And let's just hold this slide, please. Thank you. and as a residence for the financier and philanthropist Edward R. Wood. And it includes a number of later extensions associated with its 1925 transformation as the Victoria University Center for Women. It also has contextual value as it defines and maintains the residential character which represents the early history and development of Queen's Park. And here are a number of photos of the interior of this home. A number of important interior rooms and features, including murals and plaster work by the artist Gustav Hahn, which is in the central image in the library room. Next slide, please. Next is the Edward Johnson Building at 80 Queen's Park. The Edward Johnson Building has design value as an exceptionally fine representative of the late modernism style of architecture that has been carefully designed to integrate with its context, in particular along its principal facades, with Philosopher's Walk, which you can see in the top right image, to the west with the Faculty of Law and Flavel House in the bottom right image, to the south, and Wychwood Falconer Hall to the east. It also has associative value, as it was designed in 1960 by one of Canada's leading modernist firms, Gordon S. Adamson and Associates, and was the first purpose-built Faculty of Music building in Canada. The Edward Johnson Building has contextual value as it defines and supports the character of this north section of the university grounds. And next slide, please. And this is the interior, the main foyer with skylight, and this is also identified as an important interior space in the report. And I'll pass it to my colleague, Dan.
Okay, next slide, please. Getting my video started. Here we go. Okay, could I be heard? Could I be seen?
Yep.
Okay.
All good.
All right. Good morning, members of the board. It is still morning. My name is Dan DeBartolo of Heritage Planning within the Urban Design Unit. My portion of the presentation is the proposal to alter the designated heritage properties at 80 and 84 Queen's Park, which is the Edward Johnson Building and Falconer Hall, and to give authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. I'm introducing the alterations to the project site. The applicant will be providing a presentation delineating the conservation strategy for the properties. The project would construct a 9-story, 43-meter institutional building for the University of Toronto's Centre for Civilizations, Cultures, and Cities. The new building would be situated in the interstitial space between Falconer Hall and the Edward Johnson Building and would be integrated into the back of Falconer Hall with a link to the Edward Johnson Building. To move ahead with the project, the planetarium would be removed, as would a small non-original portion of Falconer Hall at the rear of that building. It's on the western portion of that building, so it's unseen from the street frontage. The conservation strategy for the Edward Johnson Building, apologize, I put these slides in a couple of weeks ago before I went on vacation. I did have a picture of Edward Johnson Building in the slide deck. You've seen that slide already, so the photo doesn't appear here in the slides, but you've already familiar with the look of the building. The conservation strategy for Edward Johnson Building at 80 Queen's Park would retain the entire building with impacts limited to the ground level connection and reduction in visibility from Queen's Park. However, the principal facade that you've seen in the presentation from Philosopher's Walk is not affected. The conservation strategy for Falconer Hall at 84 Queen's Park is excellent in that the entire building, including the interior, will be retained, rehabilitated, and restored. The new project would link with Falconer Hall at the rear of the property. The new building from the 5th floor upward would have a small cantilever that projects over a small portion of the rear of the Falconer Hall property. However, this cantilever and general massing of the project has been pushed back and modified relative to prior project concepts in order to reduce the visual impact of Falconer Hall. The original submittal actually only retained about approximately half of the south elevation of Falconer Hall, and the massing was atop Falconer Hall. So we have pushed that back quite dramatically. The landscape of the public realm, and you can see that on this slide. This slide is the ground level slide. The landscape of the public realm will be robust and in general more formalized near the Queen's Park frontage. A new plaza will be created between the north facade of Falconer Hall and south facade of the ROM. It is at this location where there are opportunities for a comprehensive heritage interpretation plan to include a strategy for both commemorating and interpreting the former McLaughlin Planetarium. Though the planetarium is proposed to be demolished, staff is not raising objections as we acknowledge the difficulties in finding a meaningful adaptive reuse for this domed building that would support its long-term future. Staff supports the project given its overall conservation and contextual fit achieved on the overall site, which consists of 1, excellent conservation.
Could we have the slides advanced, please?
Yeah, there were photos, as I mentioned. Yeah, it's the last slide. So we are supporting the project given the overall conservation and contextual fit achieved on the overall site. And this consists of 1, the excellent conservation for the 2 designated properties. That's the Edward Johnson Building and Falconer Hall. 2, a commemoration strategy for the planetarium. 3, considerable improvements to landscaping and public realm along Queen's Park. 4, no impact to protected views of Queen's Park, and those protected views are as viewed from the north sidewalk of College and the north sidewalk of Queen Street. And lastly, considerable setback from Queen's Park so as to preserve the park-like character of this part of Queen's Park. This concludes my introduction to the project. The applicant will now provide a more detailed description of the conservation strategy.
Thank you very much, Dan. How are we doing?
I think we need to continue. I think Yasmin is still having some computer issues, so I think we will have to we'll have to advance the slides from here. Just give us a moment, please.
Thank you.
I need to ask exactly who will be doing this presentation that we're pulling up, though, this submission.
Is it somebody from Architects Alliance?
I believe it's Andrew Pruss, ERA.
Oh.
Andrew, are you there?
Yes, hello. It's Andrew Pruss. Actually, we have a team of representatives here, and Signa Lisk would be the first person to speak, and then I would provide the presentation on behalf of the team who are here available to answer questions. So if it's possible to have Signa to start, that would be appreciated.
Okay, is this Signa from Castle Rock?
Yes, good morning.
Okay. Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Before you start, may I say to everybody, we have a lot of speakers, so please stick to your 5 minutes because I want everyone to have their say.
Thank you. Absolutely. I will be briefer than that. So I am the lawyer for the Governing Council of the University of Toronto. And before turning it over to Mr. Press to give the presentation on behalf of the university, I wanted to raise just two preliminary items. One, I have submitted correspondence to the board that I just wanted to note for the record, and it does involve the participation of Miss Elizabeth Sisam in this matter. She is a neighboring landowner that is opposed to this project and has been actively involved and vocal in her opposition. So I did want to note for the record the university's concerns. And two, on a lighter note, really wanted to thank city staff for all their hard work and all those others who worked collaboratively with the university. I know there's been numerous emails filed on this matter, but development of this site has been studied and workshopped for approximately a decade, with many changes made along the way. And so while there has been a substantial email campaign, I think it's important to acknowledge all the hard work and effort that's gone into this. And so do just want to quickly note our thanks to city staff. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Press.
Before you do that, I would just like to address your first comment on behalf of the board member who is not in conflict by the terms of the Municipal Conflict Act. And because I have seen correspondence flying around, I should also, in her defense, state that she is a representative of the Annex Residents Association in the group, but there is a rumor that she lives across the road from the site, and that is not true.
We've noted our objection for the record.
Thank you. Andrew, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just been unmuted, and it looks like we're having some difficulty getting the presentation up. Excellent. There it is. So again, I'm Andrew Press with ERA Architects. We're the heritage consultants on the project. The project's actually led, it's quite a large team that's led by Diller, Scofidio, and Renfro from New York, as well as Architects Alliance. And so you've already seen this image. It's great that Gary and Dan have provided some context, but I wanted to provide a lot more detail about the design proposal and the relationship to the buildings and the context. Next slide. Signa mentioned this, and I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but there is a long history associated with the site, some of which is, very challenging. But, the university has engaged in consultations about the secondary plan and, potential development on this site. And, as it's evolved, the heights for the buildings have come down, and the current proposal to the top of mechanical is 42.5 meters. And I just want to point out that that's well below, as Dan had mentioned, 63 meters would be the height at which a building would encroach into the view shed for the legislature. So this sits well below that datum line. The next slide. And so this is just quickly to outline, there has been a lot of engagement and participation before the application with city staff, as well as representatives of community organizations. And that's continued since the application was submitted at the beginning of 2019. Next slide. Everybody knows the site, so let's go to the next one. And this is just a little bit of it zeroing in. As described by Dan, it's a very dense site already of various institutional uses. The law, Jackman Law to the south, the Faculty of Music to the west, the ROM complex to the north, as well as the setting of Queen's Park Crescent, Queen's Park to the south, and other institutional buildings across Queen's Park. So it's a very rarefied setting, and the responsibility of working here has been taken seriously by the team. Next slide. So this is just a little bit of context. The view on the left is the site looking south, where you can see the rear of Falconer on the left, Flavel House in front of you to the south, and the Faculty of Music to the right. And, this is essentially now a service lane to the ROM loading, which was really expanded when the curatorial center was built on the ROM. And so the view on the right is the reverse, where you can see the descent down to that loading dock, which is an essential component for the operation of the ROM, and the planetarium building and how it constrains that access point. Next slide. We've already been introduced to Falconer Hall, just views from 25 and today. On the east front, it's fairly unchanged since it was originally built. Next slide. As you go around the building to the south, it's interesting that the two buildings, Falconer Hall and Flavel House, had a dialogue between each other across this open space, which has been significantly eroded over time. It went from being a kind of front yard Flavel to this parking area with a drop-off and a loading access. Next slide. Yes, can we have the next slide? Oh, it looks like we're a little bit stuck. So the next image was just going to take us back around to look at a view of the west elevation of Falconer Hall, where the alterations would be occurring. Is it possible to get the presentation back up?
Ellen?
We're just checking in with Yasmina to see how she's doing, and then we'll see if we have to take it over.
I guess while we're waiting, oh, here it comes. So I think we want to advance to slide 7, I believe. Well, the best parts of the presentation.
Just describe it, Andrew.
Well, the best parts of the presentation are missing. I think one of the challenges you had with Dan's presentation is there wasn't a site plan or an illustration of the relationship of the buildings. So that's what's coming. Maybe I could ask, there were 2 parts to the presentation. And I think the first part we're having trouble with. Is it possible to go ahead to the second part of the presentation, which is actually...
here's something coming. Andrew, is this what you need? Okay.
Okay, right. So we've skipped a few things like the site plan and the street elevation of this building to show it in context, which I think is one of the key aspects of our presentation. Maybe we could bring that up at the end. I'll start again here. So this is just actually an illustration of, and it's a little bit hard to read, but the point of the illustration is to show first the relationship of the building between the Faculty of Music, the Edward Johnson Building, and Falconer Hall. And then also it illustrates some of the alterations most recently to try to mitigate impacts and make this visually fit between the two buildings. And so that's what all of the red items are illustrating here. And a lot of this was based on, these changes were based on feedback from both city staff as well as the community. And just briefly, the recital hall, which you can see in red, which is near the top of the building, it's been shifted back to reduce the overhang or cantilever over the rear of Flavel House. And then commensurately, there's a bit of a shift at the upper floors of the building towards Edward Johnson, but it does not overhang the Edward Johnson building. And just with this slide, I would mention that the building is more than 36 meters set back from Queen's Park. So the intention with this massing is to ensure that it does not obscure the south elevation of the east wing of the ROM. It is a challenging building to fit in. And one last thing in this view, you can see it's a section through the loading access. This is a key action as part of the building. The loading that now services the ROM will go underground immediately after you enter the site off Queen's Park. And so it frees up a lot of the site area for public open space for the users of the building, as well as ground floor lobbies to the building. Sorry, this is actually addressing issues that were in the previous two slides. We can go forward now. The next slide. So this is actually, we've skipped a lot of the design, but this is that landscape concept that Dan had referred to. I mean, the Queen's Park precinct, there was always a formal intent associated with University Avenue and Queen's Park North. And that continues in the frontages of this property. But it's an interesting opportunity because there's also the ravine landscape of Philosopher's Walk. So next slide. And so this is just a sketch from the landscape designer about the intent where this, there are places where both the buildings bridge that linkage, as well as open space connections that are between Flavel House and the Faculty of Music, and as well between this building and the ROM. Next slide. So this is actually the entry point, one of the entry points to the building from Queen's Park. You can see Flavel to the south, and there's a parking access for drop-off and accessible parking only in front of Flavel. You can also glimpse a bit of the ramp down to the loading, and then a gentle ascent to one of the entrances of the new CCC building. Next slide. And then this is actually north of Falconer Hall. This is another entrance to the building. And you can see the new landscape frontage for the building. And what's interesting about this view is that there's a kind of an association with the gradual terrace landscape that we see at the Gardner Museum across the street. Next slide. And so this is actually, Dan had mentioned the commemoration and interpretation of the planetarium. And so that landscape forecourt would be the principal location where these ideas would be interpreted. And so that would be part of a future interpretation plan that we would work on with heritage staff. And the interpretation themes are the genesis of the planetarium and its benefactor, the golden age of space exploration, because when this was built, there was a huge interest in the 1960s. And then the key programming that happened in the building from the late 60s into the mid 90s. Next slide. So this is actually an early concept for one of those interpretive ideas, to use the soffit of the building at the west end of this plaza to have a star map or a starry sky above your head. And next slide. This is an aerial view of that landscape. And so, as was mentioned, there's a lot of attention to both the more hardscape that is along the street in the bottom of the view, and then the softer transition to the building and the terracing. And what's important about this is under the terraces are the loading for the building and mechanical systems, which have been pushed down on the site, as well as an improvement to the link to Philosopher's Walk between this project and the ROM on the right. Next view. And so that's actually that link. We don't have the before photo, but one of the key things here is the improvement and better definition of what's a pedestrian zone and where there will be vehicles, but also the heavy concrete bridge at the second floor of the planetarium will be removed. So there'll be a sky view now in this laneway connection, and it will be open to the sky except for a light bridge link to the ROM. And just to mention, the ROM will have program space in this new building. Next view.
Andrew, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you getting towards the end?
Yes, I think this is, we're near the end. Is it possible to go to the next slide? Right, so this is just an overall that you hadn't seen before of that forecourt. There's a lot happening. The accessible entries to both the new building, the Edward Johnson building, and Falconer Hall at the top, and then the parking, accessible parking and drop-off fell to the south. And in the foreground, we're maintaining the existing landscape in front of Flavel House and expanding that northward in front of Falconer Hall. And next slide. And then this is just, we missed some of the more detailed imagery of the proposed building, but this is the new recital hall for the Faculty of Music, which will be on one of the upper floors of the project, and which has a southward view over Queen's Park and the downtown. And unfortunately, we were missing some items, but that's the end of the presentation, so I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Questions for Andrew? Barbara? You're writ large on my screen. Okay, let me just go through. Can people just speak up? Does anyone have questions?
I have a question. It's Kim.
Yes, Kim.
I really need to see the site plan that Andrew was talking about. I can't evaluate this without the site plan and possibly a view from Philosopher. It's really difficult. If we can possibly try to get those slides up, it would be.
Ellen, are you talking about the original, the one image from Dan's presentation where it showed the whole site, or is that what you're referring to, Kim?
No, I would really like to see the slide that Andrew was referring to, the site plan that shows the public realm in this project.
Okay.
I have not seen it yet.
Okay.
If I may, that was in the first part of the presentation. There was a colored site plan. Is it possible to try to get that presentation back up?
We're just working on it.
Thank you, Ellen.
If I can interrupt, is there any reason why we should not have had this material in our package?
Mary, do you have to address that?
If I may, it was emailed this morning.
Oh.
Oh, well, thank you.
Could you help us out a little bit with what slide number this is on? What page it is?
The site plan would be page 16 of the first part of the presentation. Yes. Would you like me to just give a bit of an orientation prior to the question?
That would be nice, Andrew, if you could just kind of go through that. And I mean, it doesn't show, there isn't a larger site plan that shows the relationship of everything to Philosopher's Walk. It just sort of stops at the edge of the Edward Johnson building. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there is a view that also is in the missing presentation that shows that relationship. The building itself stops on the east elevation of Edward Johnson. It doesn't actually extend. And so the building is 9 stories. On Philosopher's Walk, Edward Johnson is 5 stories. So it provides a transition to the proposed building.
It would be nice to see the information that relates to Philosopher's Walk.
So, well, I'll speak to this briefly, and then maybe we can see if we can get the other image, which is that view. So this is the landscape concept, but it also shows all of the footprints of the building. And it does not have entry arrows, but if I could just describe what we're seeing from left to right, and then you can let me know if there are questions. Obviously, the white and it's Flavel on the left. The forecourt in front of Flavel has been reduced, where I think there's more than a dozen parking spaces currently. It will be reduced to 3 accessible spaces and a shared paved landscape between pedestrians and vehicular traffic. Also have a fire route to the entrance of Edward Johnson building. Then almost in the middle of the view, you can see the ramp down to the loading. That ramp, as well as the drop-off to Flavel, share the existing entry point off Queen's Park. So there's no enlargement of that entry. And there is landscape around that ramp that helps blend it in with the context. Beside the ramp is one of the primary entry points. So you can see from Queen's Park all the way up to the building. Along the way of that gradual incline, there's a barrier-free access to the music room of Falconer Hall, as well as the rear portion of Falconer Hall. So there are many entry points to the building that all are accessible, which is not the current condition for the building. In the middle of the plan is Falconer, and directly north, or to the top of the, it's not northwest, to the top of the view is just the link to the existing vestibule of the Edward Johnson building. And then to the right, which is north of Falconer Hall, you can see the detail. There's an entryway to the new building, as well as terraced stairs and ramps up to an elevated cafe terrace that would have an overlook to the entrance, the educational entrance of the ROM. And then you can see in plan at the right hand of the view, the existing link to Philosopher's Walk. Sorry, that was very extended, but there's a lot here.
Thank you, Richard. Other comments?
Are we on comments or questions?
I mean, no, any questions? Questions for Andrew? Any others? I don't see any.
I have one.
Sorry, sorry, Kim?
Yes, Sam. I'm just wondering, from this plan, is there a sort of a roof plan that kind of shows? It's difficult to understand because I mean a lot of the comments are about its overwhelming nature, and it's difficult to see what the actual line of the building is on this, because there's a lot of kind of platforms and terraces and gray tones, and I'm just wondering, does the extent of the building above go to the edge of that forecourt to Flavel House? Is that, or Falconer Hall, rather? No, sorry, Flavel House. I mean, it's just wondering, the whole bulk of this building kind of aligns with the edge of Edward Johnson on the south, and to the and then to the east face it goes right to the north. It's aligning with the other north edge of Edward Johnson, so it's right along that passage. So is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Okay. And if I could just continue.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I agree. It's a little bit challenging because this is the ground level view, and the building does increase in size as it goes up at the southern end of the building. But the easternmost line of the building is, you can see the heavier gray tone across the terrace. As well, it generally aligns with the end of the underground ramp opening. And that also aligns with the curatorial center on the ROM. So the building itself is deeply set back from Queen's Park.
Sorry, this is Mary. Just interjecting for a second. Been communicating with the clerk's office, and they, I believe, would have the capability to pull up the images that Andrew needs, but they need to understand what page numbers and how to find it.
Thanks, Mary.
Okay. So actually, maybe are we able to show them one by one? Is that the idea?
Whatever presentation package you prepared to send, yes, the clerk's office will have in PDF form. So they'd be pulling up the appropriate PDF, and you just have to tell them which pages to look at. I wasn't sure from what you said, part one, part two, if you had sent two PDFs or not. You'll have to sort that out.
Well, so sorry, we had sent a single PDF, but it shows in the record that it was broken into two documents, possibly for size, because there are a lot of rendered images.
Okay.
And I can tell you what it looked like from the public's perspective, because it showed on the list as two PDFs, but there was an issue with the link that I personally raised a couple of times, because given ERA's involvement. I wanted to be sure that I knew what they said, and I was not able to open them, so I'm seeing this for the first time as well.
So I'm assuming, Andrew, that it might be in the first of the two PDFs, the one you're calling part 1. Is that right?
Yeah, we are currently on slide 16, which is in the first of the two.
Okay.
I would suggest if we could go to slide 17, which is the next image. Okay, that's great.
Okay. Andrew, if you can just talk the clerk's office through, they're helping us out, and we're very, very grateful.
Well, thank you very much. This was part of the sequence of presentation. This just shows that Queen's Park Crescent elevation. And I know that there has been some question about the height. The height of the nine-story building is 38.7 meters. The mechanical is 42. And it can be seen in the context where there's a lot of diversity of height, especially getting quite high north of Bloor Street. And in the background of the view, you can obviously see other high points as far as university buildings on the broader campus. Is there another slide in this grouping? Can we go to slide 18? Or maybe it's possible then to go to the part.
We will need 1 minute because that's the other part of the presentation. Right. So we'll get that up in a moment. And I've checked both parts online and they're both fully available. Thank you.
Yep. Excellent.
Now they are.
So if the board wants to pull them up on their own devices, then also to look more carefully, in addition to the clerk's office trying to put the PDF up.
My apologies if there's been challenges. We had sent this through yesterday, but obviously, technically, big files can sometimes be a problem. So this view is of the building in its entirety from Queen's Park. There's the tree cover in the foreground, just to be very realistic with the eye level view. Some of these trees, like on the left and right of the image, are there, and then others will be added with appropriate species. Next slide, which would be, I think that would be slide 19. So this is just the same view, but removing the trees so we can see the relationship of all the buildings. Flavel on the immediate left, a portion of the south elevation of Edward Johnson, which is behind Flavel. Then the new building proposed, Falconer Hall, as you progress to the right, and you can see that the entirety of the south elevation is visible and maintained. And then behind some of the trees, the ROM south elevation of the east wing. Is it possible to go to the next slide, which is 19? Right, so this is a close-up of that area. I mentioned the kind of shared public space, which is both for drop-off to the front door of Flavel, a fire route for Edward Johnson, as well as the connection between these four buildings. And so this will be a fairly intensive space for users of all of the buildings. Next slide, which is 21. Actually, I'm not sure if it's in this package. Yeah. So that's the view slightly north from Queen's Park Crescent. It just pulls back. I would mention, and we haven't really talked about the design too much of the existing building, but the public spaces are on the ground floor and second floor, and on the south side of the building. And so you can see the articulation of those areas of the building differently. And that includes what the designers have called a fissure up through the building, which is a public route connecting all of the floors where there are staircases, public staircases and elevators that make the building all the way up to a meeting space on the top floor, part of the public accessibility of this building. Next slide. And sorry, this is now for Kim and everyone. This is that view from Philosopher's Walk. And so the building has been pasted into a photograph. So you see the 5-story Edward Johnson building in the foreground. And right in the middle of the view, I'm sure people know it, but there's a kind of sloped black glass segment of the building. That's the music library, which is 2 levels below grade, under the lawn that is just south of the Edward Johnson building. And so, as I mentioned, the building, Edward Johnson, is a 5-story building. And so it, as it exists, provides that transition from this perspective to the much taller building. Hopefully we can continue, I think, until we've, actually this is probably the last slide, which is just a graphic illustration of that section. And so what you're seeing at the bottom is the section through Falconer Hall, and then on the left, and then on the right, the section through Edward Johnson. And it shows how at the lobby of the new building, it sits between the 2 buildings and provides linkage to the 2. And then its footprint expands over top of Falconer Hall, over the western portion of the building, to allow for the appropriate size for that recital hall, as well as the event space that's on the top floor. And that's the extent of the images. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. So now are there questions for Andrew?
Well, Sandra, if I could ask one, I'm interested in the space in front of Flavel, which in the various drawings shows as fairly open, but it appears that that's where the main loading ramp to the ROM will emerge. And I'm just wondering about how much of that clear space will actually be not available to pedestrians because the grade will slope down to underground to the loading dock. How far back from Queen's Park does that slope begin, and how intrusive is that to the whole open space of the area?
Andrew, just before you answer, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the clerks have pointed out it's 12:27. I need a motion to extend through the lunch hour. Jeff, all in favor? Okay, we're extending. Thank you. Now, Andrew, you've had time to think.
Thank you. I'm not sure it's possible to go back to the site plan, but if people can have that in their mind. The ramp, I mean, there are, and the architect could probably speak to this as well, but the ramp, there's a certain distance from the sidewalk at which point it can start, and it descends right away. It's below grade by the time you hit the face of the new building. Roughly where it's located, there are currently a bank of parking spaces. And so the intent is that It's surrounded by circulation. So there's a new clear route to the new building, and it's actually buffered on one side with accessibility ramps that terrace up and help disguise that aperture to the ramp.
Thank you.
Other questions for Andrew? Okay, I'm seeing none and here, oh, Robert?
Robert. Unmute.
Yeah. Just hit the mute at the bottom, Robert.
Okay now?
Yes.
I've done a lot of homework on this one, and I went back to the 18-month-old preliminary report, the zoning amendment preliminary report. And one of the things it suggests in the University's Toronto Secondary Plan Review is to conserve built heritage and cultural heritage landscapes. So far, neither through the staff report nor through the report we've just had, have I heard what those heritage, the cultural heritage landscape resources are. Nothing has been presented that tells us what those resources are and then how they might be enhanced. And it seems to me the sensitivity of this site is largely in its larger context. So, and I think that larger context is the cultural heritage landscape, which in my mind is Queen's Park, at least to the legislative buildings, and Philosopher's Wharf, and its territory, and the linkages between them. That surely is the cultural heritage landscape. I would have appreciated some kind of analysis. Now, when we talk about landscape, it's a very difficult term. Sometimes we mean landscape, we mean trees and lawns and retaining walls and paving surfaces. Other terms, when we use landscape, we're more comprehensive. We think of the buildings, how they shape space, as well as the planted material that also shapes space. So I think one of my concerns is the lack of analysis at a kind of broad cultural landscape scale. One of the issues here seems to be the scale of this building, not simply its size and bulk, but it's the scale relative to other elements that already exist. The staff report, I mean, is excellent in giving us a huge amount of detail about the importance of 2 or 3 buildings. But we don't know very much about that cultural heritage landscape. And so I'm finding it very difficult to understand what this building or what this development is contributing or impacting on the cultural heritage landscape as seen by the authors, the proponents, and the university. Could you provide us with some further information analysis of that?
So at this point, it's to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Robert. It's obviously a huge topic. I'm sorry I did not provide more detail in this presentation. If you have the full slide deck, slide 25 has just this conceptual image about the two key components. But I would say there were, as part of the working group process led by the councillor, there were at least two meetings that dove into the issues associated with the historic landscape, as well as how the project and the landscape design respond to that. And so I've really glossed over that from the perspective that there is a civic landscape that surrounds Queen's Park North, and it bleeds beyond, just the park itself. And I would say, broadly, the tree planting that occurred in Queen's Park North in the 1860s, some of those original trees are on the grounds of Flavel House, the large-scale oak trees. So that's some of the plant material that still survives. And so the intent with the design is to continue that civic idea of landscape fronting on Queen's Park. That's a combination of both that park-like character with tree planting and low underplanting, and then also civic spaces like benches and modest plaza areas that allow you to enjoy that. And then the other part of it is how to transition to the ravine landscape on Philosopher's Walk. But it is a broad topic, and it was part of the group meeting. And I think in that meeting, there were probably over 100 slides that went through the various aspects of the landscape. And sorry that I did not represent it in depth here.
Well, I guess my question to staff is why was the Preservation Board not party to that process?
Robert, we're going to have to wait till we discuss it with staff. But yes, we will keep in mind that is a question for staff.
Thank you.
Any other questions to Andrew? Speak up, please, if you have one. Okay, thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you.
And is somebody else speaking from ERA? Because I have other names.
No, not from ERA. But we do have other members of the team in the speakers list.
Okay, so would this be, so not Dan, is it Ilon? But John Cummings coming next from Architect Alliance, or Peter Love was before Signia Liskey? Is it Peter Love next or John Cummings next?
I would suggest John Cummings, who is with Architects Alliance, who can answer any other additional questions about the building design.
Okay, but Dan is not speaking. Is that correct, Andrew?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is John Cummings. I'm with Architects Alliance. I'm a project architect from Architects Alliance, and will be speaking on behalf of the architectural team. I have nothing further to present that Andrew showed in the presentation. I thought it was quite thorough. I'm really here to answer any more detailed questions that would be best answered by the architect. To address one of the prior questions about the distance back from the sidewalk that the parking ramp starts to go underground. It is approximately 7 meters from the sidewalk, 7 meters before the curb transitions start to descend down.
Okay. Are there any other questions for John Cummings, who's representing Architects Alliance, the Canadian partner on this? Okay. That being said, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, now I have Peter Love, and then I go to Louis Tinker. So who is next on the telephone? Is anyone on the telephone? Shall I phone?
Hello, Chair. Peter Love is not on the line. I am unmuting Louis Tinker.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Louis Tinker here from Bousfields. I'm providing the planning support for this particular application. And I listed myself as a speaker really to answer any questions that Andrew or John were unable to answer. So unless there are any other additional questions, I don't have a presentation.
Okay, are there any additional questions? Speak up? Nope. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Alan Baker I have next. Alan Baker is from the Greater Yorkville Residents Association.
Alan Baker, you've been granted audio privileges. Please connect your mic in order to speak. Alan Baker, I see that you've connected. I am now unmuting your mic.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Alan.
Oh, great. Okay. So I wrote down a few comments and I started off by saying good morning, but now I have to change it. So good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to address the chair and members of the board. My name is Alan Baker, and I am the president of the Greater Yorkville Residents Association, also known as GYRA. The geographic area of our residents association runs from Avenue Road east to Yonge Street, and from Charles Street north to Pears Avenue and Ramsden Park Road. GYRA represents 44 condominium buildings, which is home to over 10,000 residents. It's important to know that only 3 buildings of the 44 buildings in our association have some sort of view of the planetarium site. And approximately 95% of the residents who live in those 3 buildings either do not have a view of Queen's Park or are located above the projected height of the proposed building, and therefore their view would not be negatively affected. Full disclosure, I have a full unobstructed view of almost the entire Queen's Park precinct, but I live on the 24th floor, so the height of the proposed building will not interfere with my view, other than to have a constant reminder of what should have been built on this site. In other words, there are only a handful of residents of the over 10,000 residents in our association that have a view that might be negatively affected if the proposed building goes forward. The reason that I'm providing this information is to dispel any notion that our residents association's opposition to this proposed building is about views. I am not an architect nor a planning professional. I am simply a concerned resident and property owner. It is clear to me that Queen's Park, with its mature trees, open spaces, and historic buildings, is one of the last majestic avenues in our city, which has been preserved from the early 19th and 20th centuries. At GYRA's last in-person board meeting, there was a unanimous vote in opposition to this proposed building. Another full disclosure, 1 board member recused himself from the discussion and vote due to a potential conflict of interest. This proposed building with its high ceilings is equivalent in height to a 14-story condominium building. Couple that with this extraordinary massing, we strongly feel that it overwhelms the entire Queen's Park historic precinct. In addition, and certainly not to be minimized, The construction of this proposed building on this site would strip the landscape of so many of its mature trees. In the university's presentation, slide number 19, the upper levels of the northern part of the building shows as windows, but it is colored like the sky, which is very deceiving. We brought this to their attention, and unfortunately, they have not rectified this issue. The Gardner Museum and the Jackman Law Library are examples of more recently added buildings in the Queen's Park precinct that complements this prestigious area. A building to be built on what is arguably one of the most prestigious sites in the city must also complement the Queen's Park precinct, not overwhelm it. In our opinion, to allow this proposed building would alter the character and streetscape of Queen's Park forever. The time to save this beautiful, historic, and majestic precinct is now, before it is gone. We are asking that this project be put on hold while a comprehensive study and review of Queen's Park area is undertaken. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board's chair and members, and thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Excuse me. Do we have any questions for Ellen Baker? Barbara? No? Okay, anyone? Okay, thank you very much, Ellen.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn DiStefano.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm going to speak to one of two letters that I have submitted. The first letter, I think, is now part of the public record. It has to do with the proposed CCC as a building and its impact on the public realm. But what I'm focusing on now is my second letter, which deals with the designation of two buildings. I'm going to divide my comments into two sections. The first, Faulkner Hall. The second, the Edward Johnson Building. So in general, the objective of my comments is to reveal contradictions and weak assertions in the intention to designate. To begin, in regard to Faulkner Hall, will the proposed cultural heritage values of Faulkner Hall be supported by the University of Toronto's proposed CCC, or will they be undermined? So near the beginning of the report, and this is the intention to designate, the following is stated: that the proposed CCC would have only minor physical and material impacts on both of these buildings. Yet, in regard to the CCC's impact on Faulkner Hall, it is stated that a glazed fissure would run up the facade to align with Faulkner Hall to give prominence to the historic building and to break up the mass, and I put that in bold, of CCC into visual components as seen from the public realm. My comment, the second quote, makes clear that the proposed CCC would have more than minor physical and material impacts on Faulkner Hall, and by association, the Edward Johnson Building. Next comment. Under contextual value, the following is stated in the report: that Faulkner Hall defines and maintains the character of this section of Queen's Park, and its setting with lawns, trees, and shrubs are of contextual value as they maintain the residential character. Following on to this, and later in the report, Faulkner Hall is considered important in defining, maintaining, or supporting the character of an area. My comment: the proposed CCC, a massive 9-story high structure, will undermine the residential character of the area and affect the contextual value of Faulkner Hall. Next comment, under impacts. The following is stated that Faulkner Hall's three-dimensional integrity would be maintained and its setting within the public realm would be enhanced. A comment is further made in the report that the change will only affect the rear wing of Faulkner Hall and that the three-dimensional integrity and house form would be conserved entirely when viewed from the public realm along the north, east, and south sides. My comment: the proposed CCC does not respect the integrity of Faulkner Hall. The hall was built as a freestanding, low-rise residence with open space, access to light on all sides. It was not designed to be an appendage to a 9-story building whose upper floors cantilever over the hall's truncated rear wing. Finally, near the end of the report, there is a comment that the juxtaposition of taller buildings close to heritage buildings is a common feature in many parts of Toronto. My comment: this must not be construed as supporting a questionable conservation practice that receives ongoing criticism from conservationists worldwide. So, to conclude my comments on Faulkner Hall, given these observations, it is clear that both the design and physical value and the contextual value of Faulkner Hall would be compromised by the proposed CCC. The height and mass of the proposed CCC does not respect or support all of the cultural heritage values of Faulkner Hall as proposed. Now, do I have time to make a few comments on the Edward Johnson building?
Just a second, Ellen, how are we doing? I'm not sure of the time. I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay, so my question about the Edward Johnson building relates to its design and physical value. I think we need more supporting justification for the assertions that it's a very fine representative of the late modernism style. We need more information on why its architect, as seen in this particular building, supports that kind of justification for design and physical value. And there's a big question about the contextual value because, of course, in its description, its form and massing support the low-rise character of the adjacent residential and institutional buildings. And of course, the proposed CCC would have a negative impact on the building's contextual value. So, my concluding comment, given the above, I recommend that the decision to designate the EJB be deferred until there is a stronger substantiation of its design and physical value, a rigorous heritage impact assessment of the possible effect of the proposed CCC upon its contextual value, and a clear assessment of its use value. So, my comments, I submit them with respect. And what I didn't say is I'm actually a heritage consultant and have done a lot of this kind of work. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will follow the following comments with great interest, and I look forward to a very positive recommendation from the board.
Lynn, thank you very much. Just to add, before I ask the board to ask you questions, she's more than just a heritage consultant, and Lynn is relatively new back in Toronto. And so she sounds the way she does because she is not your average heritage consultant. Anyways, are there questions of Lynn DiStefano? I actually can see the whole board at once this time. Okay, thank you very much. Now, Peter Love, is on the phone. So may we go to him next, please?
Peter Love, please feel free to unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board today. I did submit a letter, and I'd just like to summarize that, and would like to be available for any comments. I'm not an architect, but I was shocked and appalled to see the proposed 9-story proposed on Queen's Park. I understand from people that I know that U of T has many other perfectly good sites that they can make use for a building of this size. And I urge you to ensure that this building proposal does not proceed. I agree with the Queen's Park Coalition that this would be a terrible mistake and a blot on Queen's Park and the city's reputation. I will also plan to speak to the Toronto and East York Community Council meetings. Just a bit of a background, I'll say that I'm a very proud U of T graduate, wearing my U of T tie today, both a BA in 1971 and an MBA in 1985. And I'm not young, but I did re-enroll in U of T as a non-degree student last year to take a course that I was not able to take when I was an undergrad. And so I'm returning as a student as well to U of T. I'm also the great-grandson, one of many great-grandsons of Sir Joseph Flavel. And as you know, he generously donated his house at the U of T to the U of T, and it has been used as a law school for many years. And I feel very strongly on behalf of my entire family and the Flavel family that to further crowd the Queen's Park space adjacent to Flavel House would be an affront to this and the heritage buildings on the campus, and I think not at all something that Sir Joseph Flavel would have had in mind when he donated that property so generously to U of T. Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to take any questions.
Any questions for Peter Love? Nope. Okay, thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bronwyn Krog.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Toronto Preservation Board. For the past 18 months, through our residents' associations and Councillor Layton, we've attempted to persuade City and University of Toronto officials to make significant revisions to the tower proposed on the Planetarium and Falconer Hall site. Today, I'm speaking as a resident, a former city planner, a former planner with a lengthy career in development in Toronto, a former trustee of the Royal Ontario Museum, and as a graduate of the University of Toronto with a Master's of Science in Planning, an alma mater that I hold in the highest regard. This tower proposal has confounded me from the start. It is so obviously inappropriate in this setting for so many reasons, which residents from all quarters have spoken about, including a long list of respected heritage and city building professionals. I recently watched a documentary on Jane Jacobs, recounting her years in New York City fighting against wrong-headed development and highway planning, only to decamp to Toronto to find herself embroiled in the Spadina Expressway fight. When Robert Moses drew Fifth Avenue as a sunken artery through Washington Square Park, Jane called on her acquaintances from all of her networks. Perhaps the most effective were the mothers with strollers and little kids who frequented the park. At a public meeting, Jacobs said, if a highway is coming through and you know it's an idiotic thing, you've got to fight against it. I liken their experience to the debate we're having today. When residents can see they don't like what is planned in a treasured place in their city, they will speak up. That is, if they know about it. It has been the hard work and grassroots efforts of residents associations across this city to raise public awareness about this overblown proposal. In response to legitimate concerns, a very sophisticated public relations offensive by the university has attempted to ward off all criticism, complete with misleading graphics that conceal the actual impact this tower would have on Queen's Park, on Philosopher's Walk, and on the 4 heritage buildings it would be inserted amongst. Every aspect of the scheme violates the character, the scale, the history, the green public realm, and the pride of place that Queen's Park holds for us Torontonians. Since the mid-1800s, this has been the seat of Ontario provincial government. The city spent $20 million in the past 2 years to revitalize the soil and the trees in the park, adding walkways and seating that guaranteed public enjoyment for generations to come. The legislature and the Royal Ontario Museum are preeminent landmarks in this city, in the province, and arguably in Canada. The mature trees and heritage buildings surrounding the park and legislature are equally part and parcel of the Queen's Park whole. A word about the trees. Old growth urban trees planted in deep soil are not strictly a renewable resource that can be cut down and replaced without thinking long and hard about it. New street trees are planted in structured soil in irrigated linear troughs. For new street trees to reach a 35 or 40-year lifespan before replacement is considered successful. Before any redevelopment occurs in this area, a heritage cultural landscape of the highest order, there must be an assessment of every building and mature tree that make this signature place what it is today in residents' hearts and minds. The task is best carried out by arm's-length heritage and urban forestry professionals without connections to the various landowners in the precinct. Once the assets in the entire cultural landscape are understood collectively, urban designers under the watchful supervision of the Heritage Assessment Team can identify development options. We are a long way from this lofty but necessary goal. Back in 2011, when a tower proposed north of Bloor Street would have intruded on the legislature's skyline, Council enacted a view shed looking north from Queen Street. This is the single strongest heritage protection Queen's Park has in the city's bylaws. At the time, in 2011, provincial, city, and heritage officials talked about a provincial precinct plan, similar to the National Capital Precinct. Unfortunately, once the development issue was resolved, no further action was taken. Now, however, is the time to take action. And ironically, we have the university to thank for having revived the urgency to reactivate the Precinct Protection Initiative. It seems self-evident that considering designations on Queen's Park based on this single site's application is premature. It could actually pose a constraint on growth options once the area is understood as a whole. Every new development around Queen's Park is going to have an impact. An arm's-length professional appraisal of the precinct's natural and built attributes is the best guide by which to assess any future growth. It's always going to be a balancing act, but with a comprehensive study of the precinct in hand, at least there will be informed decisions made about any single project's impact on this prized, symbolic, and natural environment. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Any questions for Bronwyn? Okay, thank you very much. I just please signal the next speakers. I'm being generous and I'm being told to not be so generous. It's really 5 minutes, so please, please try to keep your remarks within those 5 minutes. The next speaker is Sue Dexter from the Harvard Village Residents Association.
Hi there.
Yep, she's there.
Good afternoon. We set to go? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. Harvard Village Residents Association urges this board to defer approval of this item until a proper evaluation and protection plan for the Queen's Park Legislative Precinct can be completed. Approval for the two designations being sought at Faulkner and Edward Johnson is premature. They're embedded in a proposal for the 42.5-meter building on a roadway between them, which, if approved by TEYCC, would overwhelm rather than complement the cultural heritage landscape of the northwest flank of Queen's Park. The massing of the building, the truck ramp, big enough to accept large transports, the loss of mature trees threaten this streetscape. If this development passes council, the setting for these buildings, referenced in the text for both designations, would have survived exactly 16 days. We can do better. We must do better. In 1825, the colonial town of York, population 10,000, set aside 166 acres on its northern boundary for education. Close to 200 years later, we have a great university, a powerful provincial capital, a park setting with distinguished architecture, a sense of place, provided we act as good stewards. Any capital worth its salt has protected its historic legislative precinct from intrusive development. The National Capital Commission region report in, I think, 2005, but I'm not sure of that, has expanded its evaluation beyond silhouette protection to include a sense of place, which includes, quote, the remarkable pattern of landform, vegetation, buildings, and streets which combine to make a distinctive and memorable place. And the exchange between the proponent and Robert Alsop is exactly that. They're not getting that this is the whole that we should be looking at. Quote, the forms of buildings, circulation routes, and landscapes are predominantly picturesque. The buildings are all individual objects designed in the round to be seen from all directions with space and landscape between them. Buildings combine to make architectural groupings, and the landscape acts as an organizing matrix defining and connecting the outdoor spaces. Just as Parliament Hill is dominant within the landscape of Ottawa, the Legislative Building and the university and its federated and affiliated colleges and universities have dominated the landscape of the most significant north-south roadway in the city's downtown. There's plenty of language and planning reports. There's legislation out of TO Core. Even the university's proposed secondary plan celebrates the need to conserve and protect heritage resources and refers to the landform. But no contextual protection exists. That's the problem. Silhouettes are not enough. We need the whole context protected. The Ontario Capital Precinct Working Group in 2011 sought to bring Toronto and the province together to develop and implement a precinct plan from Queen to Bloor, quote, that defines, protects, and enhances the character, heritage attributes, cultural landscapes, accessibility, quality of design, and quality of place of Ontario's capital precinct and its related areas. It's an accident of fortune that north of College Street, we've a landscape left to protect, one that's been used and occupied from the earliest times of human habitation along Tattle Creek. At least 25 buildings along the Queen's Park spine have been listed or designated. The cultural historic context dates back to Bishop Strawn and the family compact, and the buildings, including the two that are considered for designation today, have deep roots in the history of women's advancement. The first aggressive proposal for this site was turned down flat. Likewise, this second proposal has rallied citizens from across the city in protest. They want the precinct respected and preserved. If I might be permitted, one personal observation. Yeah, it's a good one though.
Yeah.
In preparing this submission, I was frustrated. My research produced virtually nothing before the time of Bishop Strawn. If a precinct study is initiated, I hope one of its elements is a robust accounting of the 11,000 years of life on this land before the British arrived. Who were their characters? What was their government? What was their culture? What was their story? That should be everyone's inheritance and our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Are there any questions for Sue? Barbara?
Yes, I just have one question. You mentioned that you feel the individual designations are premature. I'm wondering if that is because it's within the context of also within the recommendation, the alterations to the designated properties. If in fact the designations were separated from that, do you think that they are premature?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that.
I guess what I'm asking is, if this was just a presentation for the designation, individual designation of those two buildings, let's forget the development, would it be considered premature considering that you are asking for a precinct study?
I would think you would want to be able to define their role in the precinct. I think it's very hard to take an element outside and pre-approve it, because what you want to do is look at the whole context. Could you not look at designated buildings within the context of a study for the precinct? Well, I guess you could. I don't know. What I'm concerned about is whether the designations themselves would be influenced by the precinct study. In other words, do you want to commit to something for elements that are presently? It's not as though they're unprotected. I mean, it's listed. I think Faulkner's listed, but I don't know whether you don't want the freest possible examination of the precinct, and whether you would want to bound. It's a kind of technical heritage question. Would the designations be different if they were within the precinct? So they merit protection, clearly. If I'm reading you correctly, your concern is the contextual attributes of the properties within, and that you feel that they could be enhanced or would be better stated once a precinct study is done. Could indeed be, yeah. But it's more contextual, the environmental or contextual, that is the main concern with what you said was a premature designation. Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you. I don't know that the details on the cornice and the this and the that is not what I'm talking about. It's where they're sitting, how they relate. Would they be better protected within a precinct plan? I mean, it's clearly they're just wandering right out into the line of battle and going to get knocked. They're not going to get knocked down, but their setting is going to be totally changed. I mean, in 16 days. I mean, it's great. It's cognitive dissonance, and to my way of thinking. But as I say, I'm not a professional. I'm just a person. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Any other questions for Sue? I don't see any. Okay, thank you so much, Sue. Okay, our next speaker is Phyllis Ortdead.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're a little low, Phyllis. If you could speak up a bit.
Okay, let me just, can you hear me now?
That's better. Is everyone else okay? Yeah. Okie doke, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm reading this letter on behalf of Bill Greer, who isn't available to do this today. I want to start by mentioning Bill's credentials before I get to the letter. As many of you probably know, Bill's an architect who spent decades of his distinguished career nurturing the heritage buildings, urban landscapes of Toronto. He was the chief architect of the Toronto Historical Board at a time when heritage had little value, and undertook to preserve the city's best architecture. In 2007, David Crombie presented the Heritage Special Achievement Award, and today the city honors Bill with the William Greer Built Heritage Award, honoring outstanding achievements in conservation, craftsmanship, and adaptive reuse. And now to the letter. I'm going to speak in the first person because I'm reading what he wrote. I wish to express my objection to the proposed development for the planetarium and Falkner Hall site next to the Royal Ontario Museum. This is clearly the wrong built form next to the ROM. It is incompatible with the fabric of the adjacent buildings and unacceptable in a highly visible location within the Queen's Park District in close proximity to the provincial legislature. The proposed structure is too high, bulky, and entirely out of scale for this district. In addition, The area is defined by mature trees that surround Queen's Park. As such, the proposed tower does not fit within the heritage context of the significant historic area of the St. George campus of the university and other institutions that face the park. In my past leadership roles in a private architectural firm and then as the architect of the Toronto Historical Board, followed by terms as a board member of Heritage Toronto, I've always taken a pragmatic approach to the integration of contemporary architecture with historic settings, advocating that contemporary style could coexist sensitively with a heritage context. I strongly believe that it would be a grave and unforgivable mistake to proceed with the scale and cladding of this development proposal as it now exists. It is also vitally important to preserve all mature trees on the site, as it will take many generations before new trees grow to an equivalent size. The existing canopy visually links the site with Queen's Park through the extension of the mature greenery and beyond to Philosopher's Walk. I also voice my objections as a University of Toronto graduate, a recipient of an honorary doctorate from Trinity College, and as a regular donor to the university. This proposed development is more than a university issue. It critically impacts the city skyline and buildings on the provincial and national heritage registries. Its domineering scale shows a willful disregard to the iconic nature of the Queen's Park district, both to this city and to this province. This proposal should be refused and sent back for reconsideration. A major redesign is required. Respectfully submitted, William Greer.
Thank you, Phyllis. Are there any questions that Phyllis may be able to respond to on Bill's behalf? Okay, don't see any. Okay, thank you very much, Phyllis.
Thank you for the opportunity to read it.
Okay, we have two more speakers. The next speaker is Kathy McDonald, who is co-chair of FONTRA. That's the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations.
I'm here.
Okay, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for this opportunity to address your board on this very important matter. So my name is Kathy McDonald, and I'm the co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. So our boundaries are Bloor to Shepherd, Bathurst to Don Valley Parkway. I'm also an architect and a former city planner. So what happens to this part of Queen's Park is important to us all. This is important for the city. So my comments today will be short, given the many eloquent deputations made before me that have outlined the concerns about the development proposal. So it's before your board because of the requirement for a partial demolition permit. We agree with the previous speakers that this area should be subject to Heritage Conservation District study, and that any development application should be reviewed in that context. We definitely recommend the board refuse the application for the partial designation today and ask the city to pass a holding bylaw for the area and require a Heritage Conservation District study. So that's a summary of my comments for today.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Are there any questions for Kathy? Okay, thank you so much. And now our last speaker, last but not least, is Peter Clues from Architects Alliance. Is Peter there?
Hello, Chair. That speaker is not present.
Okay. Then I believe we have finished our speakers. So now are there questions of staff before we go into discussion? There's Robert's question to start with, if you want to ask it again, Robert. Where's Robert?
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Swallow, Robert.
I'm just trying to grab a little lunch off screen. Several questions, but I think that this board should have had a chance to review the recommendations much earlier in the process. And the first question is, why was the preliminary report not brought before the board in March 2019?
Paul, Bob, it's Mary. We don't, as you know, have a process of bringing preliminary reports to the board. That's something that you'll discuss later in this meeting. But the planning application.
Mary, you're freezing.
The planning application was before the TYCC.
Okay. Then the questions that support that. The first question is, when I look at the contents of the preliminary report, it goes through a number of points, and this is it's going to be a lengthy question. But the question fundamentally is, have we been provided with the information to assess what is set out in the preliminary report, the zoning amendment application of March 29th, 2019? It quotes the University of Toronto Secondary Plan Review. It sets out a number of principles, which includes conserve built heritage resources and cultural heritage landscapes. Next bullet point, enhance and expand existing open space and public realm network. Next bullet point, affirm that the institutional uses, collection of heritage resources, and public realm network are character-defining elements of this area. Ensure that the secondary plan will continue to grow and evolve in a way that positively contributes to the character-defining elements of the area. And the next bullet point, built form planned under the heading of built form planned and built form context. Staff will assess, first bullet point, whether the application is contextually appropriate and fits with the existing and planned context. And it seems to me all bullet points for the Preservation Board. Relationship to adjacent properties and the conservation of on-site and adjacent heritage properties. Next bullet point, impact on the public realm, including Philosopher's Walk. Impact on protected views of silhouette of the centre block of the legislative building from College and Queen Street, that has been referred to. Under the heading of heritage impact and conservation, it lists a number of properties, which we all know about already. As part of as the existing U of T secondary plan, all properties are to be evaluated. The planetarium, the Johnson building, is identified as potential heritage values. And the HIA was submitted and was under review by staff in March 2019. We, of course, have not had access to that document, or it's not been presented to us. Under public realm and streetscapes, suitability of proposed pedestrian realm in relationship of buildings to the street, adequacy and suitability of amount, location, and design of proposed outdoor spaces, ways to reduce surface parking, ability to better connect Queen's Park to Philosopher's Walk through enhanced mid-block connections. And finally, tree preservation. It comments that there's existing 15 trees on or adjacent to the site. 11 are proposed to be removed and 4 are proposed to be reserved. It would seem to me that the proponent should have brought forward a much clearer idea of what the cultural heritage landscape consists of. We've been presented with a number of individual pieces of site plan or individual buildings and relationship of individual buildings. But as I think most of the people who have spoken today are referring much more to context. And it's the absence of heritage context that I think is most bothersome to me. So the question is, in the staff report, there's very little in the way of commentary on what is the cultural heritage landscape and how this proposal impacts on that or contributes to that. Could you comment on that?
Sure. There's a package of things to comment on. I'm getting some feedback here. Is everybody okay with what you can hear from me? I had to change my location. So first of all, just a general reminder and response to the HIA requests. The board maybe needs to be reminded that all application materials are available on the public-facing website, which is called the Application Information Center. You type in the address, and you can get everything there. You get all the revisions to the plans, how it started, where it ended, all the revised HIAs. And we endeavor to make sure that the most recent version of the HIA is up on that, as I believe should be the case for this. So, Robert, just for future reference, and we'll make sure that everybody's reminded of that in the future, because the more information you have, the better. Absolutely. With respect to the preliminary report, I have a slightly evasive answer, but also a specific answer. So the planning report deals with planning matters, one of which is heritage. And heritage is considered within the rezoning under the Planning Act. And so it is proper and appropriate for heritage matters to be discussed at Community Council. Where the board is currently, through legislation, required to comment is where we have matters under the Heritage Act. So while I appreciate and think it's entirely appropriate, just to be clear, that the board discuss the wider issues as they are all part of the board's review of this report, your role in the entire process relates specifically to properties that are being designated and altered. And that's can feel like a frustrating shackle. And I think it's really important that you do have these public discussions, because this is the best place to talk about heritage context. But if the expectation is that the planning reports, the preliminary reports on planning matters under the Planning Act would be coming to the TPB, we'll be talking later, or not, we won't be talking later, it'll be coming up at the next meeting, talking about a perhaps improved interface between the board and development applications at an earlier stage. So that's two things. Do we think we have satisfied our objectives of the things we wanted to get at in the planning report? I believe we have. We have examined with our urban design colleagues, and there's been extensive interactive staff collaboration with Nassim, who I'm going to call on in a minute, just by way of preview, Nassim, as well as James Parrick, the heritage planners on the file, both the manager and the senior heritage planner, and for certain parts of it myself. And we turned our minds to understanding the context of the site. I think if I can identify the difference in how people are describing cultural landscape, they're seeing it in terms of a provincial precinct that is about a different kind of context than the one we were looking at. We certainly did look at the application in terms of public realm, in terms of the existing context, in terms of how it relates to Queen's Park. It was substantially, in terms of all the changes, it was substantially closer to Queen's Park. We've done a lot of work to get it moved back, to get it off Falconer Hall. The kind of before and after of this project is quite startling, and I am exceptionally proud of the heritage staff working on this, in the sense that we, I think, achieved quite a considerable amount of wins for this development. But I appreciate, Bob, that when you talk about cultural landscape and others who have spoken, that it's a bigger picture. It's pulled back wider. It's if the lens to be pulled back even further. And that wasn't the context of our evaluation. There's no question. We were certainly working on it with in tandem, as the preliminary report indicates, in tandem with the emerging secondary plan, and that will be coming forward at some future date, hopefully later this year. We're not sure. But we certainly did start from the premise that the university campus was a cultural landscape that had component parts. And so that was the underpinning of the secondary plan work. And within that, there were individual resources, areas of cultural landscape to do largely with the university, which owns the bulk of the lands within the secondary plan area. So to our framework, I believe we did accomplish everything. And I think what's being asked for is a different framework, and that isn't currently the one the city has, and we feel that we have satisfied all the objectives. I think it might be helpful, and I'm giving this a long answer because you had a number of things packed in, and I'm sort of anticipating that I might cover some of the other questions that are similar. It might be helpful if Nassim could join us for a minute, because the public realm and urban design response, I think, has certainly been a big part of what we've been talking about, and it's always been a heritage-informed view. But I think Nassim, as a specialist in the urban design area, can speak to the heritage-informed public realm review of the application. Thank you, Nassim.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Nassim Adab. I'm an urban designer with City of Toronto, and as Mary said, I was assigned to this development application. So I will be very quick just to give you a background. We had many pre-application meetings with the applicant. We had due diligence. A lot of things changed throughout the process. The focus was very much on conserving the heritage building, which Mary and Dan spoke about. I'm not a heritage expert. However, through many projects that we had with heritage staff, I understand that a few key points have been met on this project, namely keeping the integrity of the building and keeping the 3D dimensional aspect of Faulkner Hall, which it has been achieved. In our opinion, in my opinion, the new addition is sitting completely behind the Faulkner Hall and does not really impact it. It doesn't overpower it. Also, from an urban design perspective, the new addition is set back from the front property line, meaning from Queen's Park, approximately 30 meters, which means it is basically completely behind the existing heritage building and does not overpower, again, the streetscape of the street. And that also results in a much bigger open space, a much bigger plaza compared to what we have today. And in a way, it also reflects the historic characteristic of Queen's Park and the street. It keeps that front lawn in front of the building. Through different meetings and exercises with the applicant, we are working on the design of this open space. And now they are looking at different forms of open spaces that also comprise of urban plaza, and it gradually transitions into a more pastoral open space. And we're still working with the applicant about that. We're working on the accessibility, on the relationship of the open space with the proposed building. And also in terms of height, given that the building is set back from the street and given that it also complies with the view policy of, in relation to the legislator building, that it does not really impact the silhouette of that landmark building. We're still working with the applicant in terms of the material of the new addition to make sure that it does not negatively impact the heritage fabric along the street. So if this is the overall explanation, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Do we have any questions for Nassim? Because if you don't, I do. Okay, Nassim, when I look at this, one of the important things of a designation, especially in an area like this, is saving the building, of course, is essential. But
sorry, you were cut off. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Saving the building, of course, is essential.
Yes.
For heritage preservation. I mean, that's the no-brainer. But if you totally change the sense of the place in which they are situated, then the buildings tend to lose their meaning. They don't make sense to people anymore. They don't understand. And so I guess the reason that you heard so many deputants, there were a couple who questioned designation at this point, but their main concern is that, on paper, the building may be set back, but even in the architect's drawings, that the new building appears to overwhelm them. I mean, you've been very good at protecting the north-south view to the legislature and from the legislature, but people walk east-west as well. And when you are looking at that site head on, you suddenly have made it a dramatically different place. And I don't think U of T is unhappy about that. But did you consider this whole area and its significance to people? My sense is, there was a belief that it was a group of NIMBYs at some point who didn't want their views disturbed. But I think what you heard today is that this site means a certain thing. It's important in certain ways to the people of the city. And don't you feel that U of T is trying to interpret it differently? And I think that's where some of the conflict is arising. It's not maintaining the census place, and that's just within the site between, I'd say north of the Law Library to Bloor on the west side. But then when you put it in the larger context, I mean, I went to the public meetings because I was concerned. And at one point, reference was being made to Bay Street. And I'm going, what does Bay Street have to do with this? And so do you feel like you've really looked at it in a way that it's not the same as King Street. This place means a lot to people. It would be like putting this in the middle of Trafalgar Square for people living in London. Do you understand how important this area is for people of Toronto? I'm all over Toronto, not just within 20 meters of it or 120 meters.
Do you want me to answer?
Yes.
True. Okay. First of all, about the designation, I allow Mary or Dan to speak to it because, again, I'm not a heritage expert. But again, in my professional opinion, and I'm saying this honestly and truthfully, we worked a lot with the applicant. And again, I believe the way that the new addition has been positioned next to the heritage building and in relation to Queen's Park responds to many of the important aspect of the street, which is valuable. I do not deny that, and I totally agree with that. As I said, and I repeat myself, it maintains that frontline characteristic and in a good way reflects the modern time, the way it transitions into a more pastoral open space. It respects that characteristic. And again, yes, technically it complies with many of the policies and design guidelines, but I think because of the very deep setback from the street, it does not really overpower the scale of Queen's Park, and the building is not really visible from many different vantage points. Yes, it becomes visible as you get closer to it, or you can see it when you're walking on the east side of the street. Obviously, you can see it. But when you look at it, you can see that actually the main frontage of that site will be Faulkner Hall. Like this looks like a building that is sitting behind it. So if people really don't know the application, they may even assume that it's a building behind it, not a part of the site. And the fact that I understand the heritage building at Rom has a different height, but the Peak of Crystal is not that far off from the height of this building, which is again set back from the street. Getting such a big open space from an urban design perspective, I think it's a very positive thing, especially that now that we're living during pandemic, we know the value of open spaces and access to such spaces. The fact that the other buildings will be kind of reflecting and respecting the materiality of heritage fabric. And again, as I said, we are working with the applicant. It's a positive thing. I don't think we have come to a final conclusion, but in a way, if we look at the materiality and fenestration, the new addition can be a bit more quiet and less overpowering if that's how you see it. But in my professional opinion, again, I repeat myself, I don't think it is disrespecting the value of Queen's Park, is not disrespecting the heritage context, and through some detailed design and some further exercise in terms of how we deal with the open space and how we deal with the facade of the new addition, many of the concerns may be responded. But again, it is so far from the street. It does not, in my opinion, impact the scale of Queen's Park.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a full answer. Do other people have questions? Okay, thank you. So we've talked to staff, and I think it's time for a discussion.
Sandra.
Yes?
Sorry, I misinterpreted your question. I don't have any more questions in this theme, but I did have more questions of staff.
Oh, okay.
Me too, please.
Okay, so Mary, we need you back on.
Here I am.
Okay. Just a couple of questions, Mary. I noticed on the application for this site development includes 78, which is Flavel. My question is, why was Flavel, which was listed in 73, not included in the designation recommendations, and why was it not covered more fully within the reports in terms of considering the change to the character and setting of this listed building?
I'm going to pop that over to Ann Fisher, who is on the line, and Ann is the program manager for this area, and she can speak to that.
Hello.
Hoping.
Hello. Hope you can hear me. The reason why we haven't included Flavel House because this development doesn't actually touch it. It is next to it. It doesn't actually touch it. So Flavel House is to its side. So we included the Edward Johnson building in the designation report because this development is touching the Edward Johnson building, so it is physically affecting it. But this isn't actually physically touching or affecting Flavel House.
Okay, but the address itself of Flavel is included in the development proposal, and there is adjacency which is to be addressed. And there is certainly changes to the character and setting of this particular building by this development proposal. And I would think that this would be the opportunity for a property that was listed in 1973 to be included in the designation recommendation. We haven't included it in the designation in this report, but yes, we have included and taken into account its context, and we have been looking at the landscaping around it and how the public realm around it is being affected. But we didn't actually seek the designation of the building itself because the building wasn't being affected, but the landscaping has. Okay, but the designation's for the property, not just the building. And you are affecting the character and setting of that particular property. And I guess I'm a little perplexed why you didn't see this as an opportunity to move ahead with the designation of a property that was listed in 1973. Particularly also considering the discussion we're having on the cultural landscape context, which certainly this is a big part of what you're showing within that site development.
And if you don't mind, I'm just going to take that for a minute. Our efforts were very much related to, as you can see, Faulkner. And if you could have seen what was originally happening to Faulkner, you would understand how much effort that was. And to the Edward Johnson building, which is only being touched a little bit, but was not listed. So we wanted to make sure we brought that onto the register and had it designated. Flavel House, as a listed property, just to reassure you, was properly considered in terms of the adjacency, since our OP requires adjacencies to be considered on listed buildings. But we were seizing many opportunities. We were also really focusing a lot of effort on understanding the loss of the planetarium, which we felt, it's interesting what becomes significant. I personally felt that was one of the more significant aspects of this project was the loss of the planetarium. And we spent a lot of time working through that and asking the university to provide more and more information so we could feel comfortable with its loss. So I suppose with so many things that we were trying to bring on board and consider, and given that it was already listed, we didn't take that opportunity. I can say, though, that part of the secondary plan, we are certainly looking at moving forward properties onto the register, and will likely at some point, when we can manage it from a staff timing perspective, move forward on designating already listed properties that have a significance that needs it to rise to the state of designation. So just because it's happening here doesn't mean it won't happen at some point.
Well, actually, you brought up another question that I have, which in fact is the planetarium, which nobody has discussed in this whole this whole item today, which I guess it was a planetarium, and I've read the background reports and I understand the structural problems, etc. But was it considered expendable in the context of this particular development? I guess what I'm saying is, if this development was not going ahead, would this, considering the glowing report you have of it, would it in fact be up for designation? But it has become expendable, or one of the trade-offs in this development.
Well, that's a hard question to answer, because we do, you are right, look at the collective benefits and make sure where we are accepting certain losses that we are securing a significant amount of conservation for other resources in an area. I think the planetarium was looked at very individually, and we did have to make a decision about whether or not we were going to pursue the designation. We decided not to. I wouldn't say that was a negotiated position or a trade-off. We tried to understand its ability to house anything. So we did, however, feel that given the significance of the building, that we wanted to speak to that, which I think is kind of unusual, and everybody understands why we're doing it. We wanted to be clear about that the building is valuable. We didn't want to make an argument for its loss based on saying it doesn't have value, because that isn't something we believe. Should there be an issue, as is always the case, where developments sometimes don't happen, or I'm speaking generically here, buildings still exist. We are certainly not giving up our belief of its value, but needed to be clear and acknowledge for the benefit of the application that we were not pursuing it at this time. Because that would be, the development is premised on its being removed, and a lot of the commemorative work in terms of the public realm that we're trying to get the forecourt expanded is really going to be focused on the planetarium in a lot of ways. So we are certainly not bringing forward a report saying it should be demolished by any means. It will be there. It has value. We are agreeing to not pursue that value as a part of this application.
Would its removal be considered, and I sort of read this between the lines, be considered something that is actually enhancing the Falconer building and the ROM, which was already designated? In terms of visual, I mean, there was a lot of discussion about seeing the back area of the ROM. There's also now releasing the north side of the Falconer building. Was this part of the consideration?
Well, I think I would call it more part of it is an unanticipated side benefit. Again, we wouldn't say remove the planetarium so I can better see these things, but with its removal does bring certain permeable opportunities, really does allow those two heritage buildings to shine and to stand proud. That allows connections off and through the site, and is I think a more welcoming public realm. But again, that wasn't get rid of this so we can see the two others. It's a side benefit, to be sure, and I think that's a positive part of the application, a positive consequence of the application.
Okay, I have two short other questions coming out of the speakers' presentations. One from Linda Stefano. She indicated that she felt the designation for the Edward Johnson building should be deferred because she felt that the report needed more research, dealing with the description of it as a fine example of a late modernist style. Is this something the staff feels is a valid point?
Yeah, our feeling is that we have done a substantial amount of work in understanding the heritage value of both Falconer and the Edward Johnson building. And given that the Edward Johnson building wasn't on the register at all, we had to pay particular attention to it to try to get it right and understand its context and history and all that. So I don't personally, this isn't a dispute. I'm confident in our report. I'm confident in its ability to convey all the heritage values on the site. So if someone else believes that's not the case, they have, Lynn Stefano has obviously a very respected opinion on the matter. It's just not one we share.
Okay, and another quick question, which was from the Harvard Village Association. Basically, the presentation indicated that they felt the individual designations for the two buildings should not go ahead until there is a precinct study or a heritage conservation, however you want to phrase it. And feeling that it was premature in that they were concerned that if the designation went ahead, it would not, this is my reading, that it wouldn't capture all the contextual values that should be in there that may be uncovered or discovered with a precinct study. Would you agree with that or disagree?
Well, I would disagree in the sense that there are cases where you have individual properties with Part 4 protections within conservation districts. So a wider study, and here I'll just, again, speak generically, a different sort of study of the area, whether it be a heritage conservation district study or a precinct study, would have its own parameters, would have its own scope and set of questions, and might result in a specific understanding a place that is perhaps wider than the scope that we're looking at here. But it is not counter to an individual designation that looks at an individual property and its values. So hypothetically, the two can coexist and do across the city.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mary?
Yes. You mentioned that the application information center has the further details in the heritage impact assessment, etc. Under what address is that stored?
I'm going to ask Paul Johnson, the planner here, just to confirm that, because I don't have that top of mind.
I think it's 90.
Yeah, it's under 78 to 90 Queens Park, and 90 Queens Park is the leading address.
That's right.
90 Queens Park.
Yes.
Thank you. Second question about a precinct study. This kind of what is the reality about how a study of this sort would be commissioned and implemented, and to what extent would it affect this concurrent development application and the other heritage provisions that are incorporated within it, such as the designations?
Okay, there are a few pieces to unpack there. A precinct study that's been talked about, as I understand it, let's talk about it from an implementation standpoint, would likely have to come in as an official plan amendment, I suppose, as a unique area that would be subject to a planning. It would be a planning tool, not necessarily a heritage tool, which doesn't make it any less of a tool. It's just a different one. Or that's one way you could do it. There are a few ways to do it. From the practical perspective, as the board knows, we have many studies that we are trying to do, and many studies that have been asked for that we hope to do, and more studies that we wish we could do, that everybody talks to us about. However, the will of City Council and this sort of request, functionally, should City Council make the request, then the Chief Planner would have to assess that request within the existing work program, and would, to my mind, be the one who would figure out where it sits within the priority of the work program. The city would have to find the budget for the study. The city would have to run the study, and it would have to be, obviously, it's a very comprehensive piece of work. So it would, I imagine, be a year or two in the making, with policy decisions made during the process in order to understand what the best tool was based on the results. The presumption is that that sort of study would necessarily negate this application. I don't think anybody can make that assumption without actually having done the study. So Paul, if you're speaking to function and policy, that I don't know if that's enough of an answer for what you were trying to get at.
So what it sounds to me like is that Toronto East York Community Council could move that to approved by council, and it would then find its way into the work plan for planning if it all went through. But what you're saying is, but it would not affect the disposition of this particular application.
I wouldn't make that decision. That would be a legal question in terms of when something was in the door and whether or not, we'd still, with everything still in play. I don't know. In the past, in similar situations, I would say that most landowners would seek a transition and want to be assessed within the policy of the moment. So, but that would be a legal decision that would have to be made.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mary? Jeff.
Yes, Mary, I'm interested in the question of whether or not the designation should proceed for the two properties, regardless of, despite the my interest in not proceeding with the alterations. So my question is really in terms of the integrity of the designation that has been undertaken, the attributes that have been identified by staff and proposed for designation, whether those attributes are complete in terms of the building having four walls and so on, or whether the attributes are affected by the intended proposal by the proponent to make alterations.
Yeah, our attributes are definitely always free of a sense of negotiation for the developments. There are certainly times when within a development application, a particular attribute might be questioned, and we will review it individually, not in order to make something an easier sell, but whether or not we consider the comments always, and if we believe that it is fair to make a change, then we will make one. So I'm confident in this, in the designations, and I certainly am hopeful that the designations will move forward, because they are always, as is always the case, an important indicator of the city's interest in particular buildings. And where that isn't stated, where things are deferred, where sometimes happens through the development process, things are deferred. It has been characterized at former LPAT meetings as a sort of a lukewarm waffling on the city's side to its commitment to the value of the buildings as if they are negotiated pawns. And I like to avoid that appearance. I
have a second question, and that is regarding, talked this afternoon about three possible ways of moving forward in terms of the context. Most recently, we talked about a precinct, preserving the precinct, legislative precinct. Other ideas have been an HCD, and thirdly, there's been cultural heritage landscape. The latter two are heritage proposals, whereas I assume the precinct idea would be under, as you said, under the official plan as an amendment. So do you have any comment on the application of those three alternative models? I know that I think on your work plan there is an intention to come forward at some point with more information, more direction on cultural heritage landscapes, but that's not in place right now, as I understand it. Whereas, of course, with HCDs we do have that, but that might not be the appropriate vehicle in this particular circumstance as well. So, what would be your comment on those three ideas?
Well, we had been hoping the province for some time has been saying that it was going to bring out guidance on cultural heritage landscapes and how to apply them, so that we didn't have to go it alone as a city and just define something that was not provincially defined. That hasn't happened yet. But be that as it may, that's just a bit of an explanation with where we are with that piece of our work program, which is still kind of floating in the air. I think the most important part of any study of any area is to get the scope right, and that to have as a part of any conclusions that one might draw, and this is really a general principle, after you know everything and after you've answered your questions about all the questions you have, then you can determine what the best tool is. And so we try to move from that perspective rather than presume. We used to say, we're going to do an HCD study. Now we say, let's do a cultural heritage resource assessment. Let's understand what the best tool is. Okay, this area could be an HCD. These two don't really fit. These two should be individually designated. Or this would be better with an official plan amendment of some kind. You also need to think about the way that you want to regulate land. So if you do it under the Heritage Act, let's say we called this a massive cultural heritage landscape with a massive area designated with all these individual attributes. So then Flavel becomes an attribute, Falconer becomes an attribute, EJB becomes an attribute. Everything is an attribute of the larger piece. And then when someone applies to alter it, then the question of the legislation and how you'd have to answer it for an LPAT is, well, if you remove that little bit, what's the impact on the big thing? So there is danger in being big and having individual attributes, because then the arguments can move the other way. But finding the right tool would be one of the goals of any study that was looking in a particular area. And I wouldn't want to presume the outcome of that.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, so Mary, can I ask you, based on what you're saying, based on the concerns you've heard, call it what? I'm not going to come up with the name of it. I mean, the primitive way of saying it is an area of special interest. Do you think it should be studied? A study would be important at this point in that respect, because you have a very clear indication of how it's valued by people from Toronto. But bigger than that, Kathy McDonald had made the suggestion that a halt order be put in place, a pause for sober second thoughts. Would you support that?
I think what I'd have to say is two things. One thing is I am completely behind the work of staff, completely confident that we have a lot of really good conservation happening on this site, which was the goal of our work, that the public realm is working really well, that the relationships, we've achieved a great deal. And within the existing policy regime and within the reconciliation of interests that always happens on every property, this is one to be proud of, actually, from a staff perspective. And I say that not in a way to negate the concerns, because the concerns are looking at it from a different perspective than we looked at. So, which leads to my part B. We certainly did not look at this as a provincial precinct-wide cultural landscape. We did consider it relative to Queen's Park, relative to Queen's Park Crescent, relative to what we put a lot of time and effort, you've heard from the SEAM, into the public realm and the interface. And we believed by improving that circumstance and by opening that up, that in fact that was a positive contribution to what might be called the Queen's Park cultural landscape, were you to have one, which is why I couldn't ever be confident that any additional study would necessarily result in a different outcome here. So I certainly acknowledge that what's being asked for from idea of a provincial precinct that elevates it to the National Capital Commission sort of idea is not how we looked at it. And it should council wish that we pull our lens back, then we will do that for certain and ask that set of questions. What that means for this particular application is all in the crystal ball of what happens if there's an appeal, if we're at the LPAT, if we have to talk about transition, how long does policy take, all those sort of nuts and bolts.
I understand, but I guess the other concern people have is the development sites, other development sites that may be coming up at Queen's Park. You know, here the distance from this particular building has been determined as X within this context. What is that, that necklace around Queen's Park? How far back does it go? What is it? The viewshed study from the south to the north has been very effective. I think a lot of this is, you talk about the massing, whatever else, but what it keeps coming back to is because it's this and that. If the building were somewhere else, I don't think people, for the most part, at least not anyone we've heard from today, objects to the particular design of the building. It's where it's situated and how it affects the whole. So how far back does a building have to be and other sites around Queen's Park to protect the view, to make you feel it's intimate? In most of the images that we saw today, the upper part of the building is cut off. So if you're up close and it's at street level, it frankly looks fine. The landscaping is beautiful. The idea of it being a sort of a framing element, a set element behind it to bring the tableau of buildings on that site and put them together to have more coherent feel. I agree with that. But then when you look, people look up and it's jarring. So what do you have to do? I'm just wondering if in that sense, this is kind of a shot across the bow. People are concerned. How can people feel confident that the look and feel of this area, regardless of, new buildings are added all the time. It's been a long time since one caused this kind of fuss. What do we do to give people confidence that it's been studied and a policy has been made and that they can comment on, and then it's a little more black and white as to what you can do?
Well, we have looked at a number of issues relative to Queen's Park as a part of the emerging secondary plan.
Mm-hmm.
And we have been looking to add views of a different sort within the within the schedule of views within the secondary plan. And so there, it's, you know, I'll go back and take a look at that. I'm not, when you say the question is how far back do you go? I think in general, we've been looking at what are the prominent views, not just any view, right? But the prominent views. And prominent views tend to be at a distance or really close up. And really close up, it does disappear in a lot of ways behind Falconer and Flavel. And when you say people wouldn't mind the building somewhere else, well, as staff, we have to review what's being proposed to us.
That's right.
And we honestly feel that it is far enough back with enough conservation and public realm improvements in front of it, addressing Queen's Park Crescent, that it does not have a negative impact on Queen's Park. And so that's where we are now.
Right. Okay, thank you. I mean, I know how much work has gone to get it this far. And totally appreciative of that. Okay. Do we have any other questions for Mary? And can we have if I don't think there are any, can we, it being 2:15, have a discussion among ourselves? Are there comments?
Sandra?
Yeah, Jeff, I see you.
I mean, I think we should, get this over with. I think I'll make a motion that, in principle, that we move ahead with designation of the two properties as proposed by staff, and the request the council request the city planner to undertake a cultural heritage resource assessment for the legislative precinct area.
So that would
be my initial proposal. We can massage that.
Okay. Because what that would mean is we would adopt recommendations 1 to 6, because I personally agree that it's best to designate. I think what we're all concerned about is the heritage easement part, because we feel very uncomfortable with the rest. So if you did something like that, then you'd adopt 1 to 6 and then have city council request the chief planner to defer actions to the alterations until a comprehensive study is done, be it cultural resource assessment, whatever. Have to trust the powers that be to figure out the best. But would that make sense to people?
Mary suggested that wording, cultural heritage resource assessment, was the broadest while retaining a heritage focus on it.
Okay.
So that was her suggestion.
Okay. Other suggestions? Other comments?
Do we have any motions already prepared by anybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, so why don't we start with those, and then we can work back.
Okay, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Just bringing the focus in again to the actual alterations and looking at it that we're dealing with these heritage properties and the buildings. I would like to get some comment from the board on how they feel about this building being wedged in between two buildings that are going to be designated, and how it is, in fact, as Mary said, the views we get are from distance, but how it seems to overpower Falconer, and it completely covers in the east side of the Edward Johnson building, which is one of the heritage attributes. So can we focus in on that? I mean, I'm generally in agreement with 1 to 6 designation, but I would like to know what the general feeling is in terms of this particular design and where it is and how it impacts these two buildings and their attributes.
I can speak to that for a moment. Yeah. I mean, and I go back to some of the things I said earlier about the church in St. Clair, but again, it's the whole issue of context of seeing these projects in a larger context. So I think the cultural heritage question about this area is absolutely key, because at that point, you don't just look at the heritage attributes of the brick and mortar of the buildings. You have to look at these things as an integrated landscape and built form type. And when you do that, I think you start getting more arguments about not putting that building where it is, potentially. I'm not a fan of the building, I have to say that, but I feel very strongly that I think the whole precinct really does need to be looked at before this happens. If it happens afterwards, then I think that would be unfortunate, but I think you need to look at these things as they're special conditions. You cannot use your standard urban design setbacks to define what this is. The whole argument of a 36-meter setback or 30-meter setback from Queen's Park it may make a lot of sense if it's somewhere else in the normal city fabric. Yeah, that's a long way back. But on the other hand, this is such a special condition. I mean, it reminds me of the cultural heritage study that we did with on Exhibition Place. You couldn't look at it as a normal part of the city. It is a special, special place, so that you had to look not just at the bits of landscape and the bits of building, but how do they work together as a type. And I think Faulkner House is one of those places, Flavel houses, that they deal with a large forecourt. A lot of people have mentioned how you need to move around them. That's about their type. And then Edward Johnson is similarly like that. My very modernist buildings actually need space around them as well. So I mean, that's what I would say to you, Barbara, about how I feel about it, that understanding what's there in that context is the most important thing to do.
I would agree with you, but what I'm asking is that we're being asked to deal with the alterations in terms of this design being imposed onto these two sites that are up for designation. I understand what you're saying, and I completely agree with the contextual and the wider contextual, and that's why I brought up the other building to the adjacency. I don't understand why it's not part of this, but what I want to know is, in terms of, we're being asked to look at this design, this building imposed as the alteration, and I must say that I took some issue with it being referred to as an addition. It is not an addition. So I think that's what I'm looking for, is some general conversation on the design and how you feel it affects Faulkner. Its context, I understand, but the building, the way it overshadows it, the building materials, that sort of thing. I'm just looking for some input.
Well, in that case, I would say, because you need to look at these as integrated built form landscape types, for me, that means that this building would not be a recommended part. If you look at it that way, this would not have been an approach to that building being placed in between all the other buildings, and it definitely isn't an addition to the other. It's almost similar to how the other heritage properties we always take issue with when they become mere skins to the addition behind, even though we have the full Faulkner House and Sylvell properties and Edward Johnson still maintained in their interior spaces. They're just so secondary to what's going on in between them now that they've lost that kind of object character that they have, the beautiful piece. So I'll stop there. I'm sure there's other comments from other people.
Are there other comments from other people who are still alive?
It's an interesting intersection to Barbara's point. When the university produced its sort of draft thematic framework to try and group all of these buildings together, the Johnson building is in the post-war expansion. That's certainly not true of where Falconer and Flavel is. So I think
to your point, Barbara, that there needs to be something done to understand how this is such an eclectic intersection of student life and campus building. And that I don't think has been fully explored to see how these elements can blend together. Because it's eclectic and it doesn't quite fit within the draft framework as they have it.
So would we say that if we kept 1 to 6, we need a comprehensive study of this area that would also be part of the bigger Queen's Park cultural heritage landscape? I mean, it keeps coming back to, and I think Barbara's points, or Kim's points rather, are excellent. This is not a typical urban study. What I said before, it's not King Street. So I think, I suspect that the consensus, and I won't know till I ask, is that we adopt recommendations 1 to 6. I think many people are queasy about 7 to 9 because it starts with this building being there in the first place, and the heritage easements are then just a response to this building being there in the first place. So that's why we're not happy with the easements. But we've heard it over and over again. I think we need this bigger comprehensive study of Queen's Park. And I would really, the other thing is I'd really like to see everything just kind of chilled until that's done. I don't know how realistic that is, but I think this is a shot across the bow of what could be happening repeatedly around Queen's Park.
Could I comment?
Yep.
This site has been identified in the approved secondary plan for a building.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be very difficult, I think, for us simply to ignore that fact. So I do think Barbara's question is a good one, and I'm contemplating it. My own view on it is, I think the university has asked the wrong question. It's said we have a building program. How do we shoehorn it into this site? The question should have been, here's a building site. What would be the best way to insert buildings into this area, or a building into this area, that would be consistent with what we've already got there in terms of buildings and other elements, and that would improve that area, but certainly not negatively impact it. And it would be a contributor to the area. That's the way I think the question should have been asked, but it wasn't. And so I think most people's reaction has been to this is too much. It's a quart in a pint pot. Trying to squeeze it into a place it simply won't go. And I think the architects have probably done a very good job in trying to get all this program into such a small site, with all the complexities of, trying to get trucks into the ROM, etc. Some very difficult planning issues because the site is sandwiched between Philosopher's Walk and Queen's Park. And, how the hell do you get trucks into that site? And that problem won't go away. That still has to be answered. So to ignore it completely and say, well, let's pass it off to another study, that study will also have to answer those questions.
Mm-hmm.
So Councillor Layton is trying to get in.
Yeah. No.
I'm sorry, Councillor Layton?
Yeah, well, I don't mean to jump in the middle of a comment, so I was just waiting until.
We haven't heard
Yeah,
you.
well, maybe I should stop there and hear your comment. Yeah.
Comment, Councillor Layton.
Well, my comment will be fairly brief. Just a couple editorial comments. First off, I believe I need more books in my bookshelf. I have a little floating bookshelf back here to contend with some of you on the screen. I should mention Jess looks the least read as there's staff reports behind him. First off, I wanted to thank city staff for their report and their work on this file. I do know in early days when the original proposal came for demolition of the planetarium, of which I have some fond memories, albeit they ended some time ago when the space closed. There was a lot of community concern about that one cultural heritage piece, but that quickly led us down into what is a very complex, I believe, interrelationship between the buildings all around the site. The history around the planetarium is not without its own level of complexity, along with the ownership model with the ROM and how those have worked together and been together and then separated and with a future of some kind of programmatic overlap between the sites. So I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on this file, and I know that they've taken our requests very seriously. I'd like to thank the university for continued work on the working group. It's been a difficult file for them, I know, because of their programmatic needs, but also because of their relationship with the surrounding community, which I'm still learning about. I think any politician will say that it's a constantly evolving relationship. And then finally, to the community individuals that have put a lot of time and effort into trying to come up with solutions that may address some of these some of the concerns that have arisen from both the immediate neighbors, the surrounding residents associations, and indeed some of our city's top architectural and heritage experts in a variety of different spheres across the city. You know, at first, I think I was quite convinced that the planetarium could be saved. And then when I started hearing the arguments why it shouldn't be, or that it would never be able to achieve what it did once before, I was convinced that a building would probably be appropriate site. More that we tried to play, less and less, the less obvious that what we had to play with, the clay we had to mold, would actually fit in the space provided. And part of that has to do with this contextual relationship with the surrounding area, which I'm particularly compelled by, simply because I think it hasn't been looked at in isolation. And I know that the university has been undertaking their secondary plan for many years, and our staff are working hard to try to advance it. But I don't think there's been sort of compelling evidence to me that this section along Queen's Park and as we approach University to the south and Avenue to the north have really been explored as a culturally specific area in and of itself. Rather, it seems to have been lumped with various other areas in the campus, or we've overlooked the buildings and looked straight at the legislature and said that's the focus, not anything to the sides, and therefore we shouldn't be worried about what they contributed to in the future. So I think it's worthwhile. My worry is, and one of the deputants said this, is if we don't get it right, there's no turning back. And so I think it compels us to take our time on this one piece. I don't know why it wasn't done a couple of years ago when they were looking at the law school more closely. I don't know why it wasn't done when they were looking at the ROM's redevelopment. all I know is I'm the local councillor now, and I'm going to have to take this recommendation to Toronto and East York Community Council. And whether or not this recommendation from the Preservation Board stands will depend on what I advance. And I think that I've heard enough from this committee, as well as from the deputants, that taking that sober second look is I think critical in us making sure that we get it right. This very well may be the building on the site at the end of the day. I don't want to preclude that could be the outcome of a study, that it recommends that no, in fact, we're achieving what we need to. But I'm not willing to take that step until we've done that study. And I think that study may lead us to a different set of conclusions that may better help address some of the concerns that we've heard today and I've heard over the last 18 months about how this building fits contextually within the Queen's Park Crescent. So I'm happy to support the motion that's being discussed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So without getting so specific that we're trying to do the staff's job for them, can we say that I would like to put forward a motion that 1, we would adopt recommendations 1 to 6, and 2, we would add a new recommendation that City Council requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, to defer action on the alterations proposed in the report until a comprehensive study of the Queen's Park cultural heritage landscape is complete. Whether it's called a resource study, a heritage conservation district, a legislative precinct, I don't care. I just want a study and let the experts give it a name. And I also believe, to help, I think it would be helpful if it was an outside respected consultant who does not have a contract with U of T, a contract with the city. I mean, somebody, be it an academic. I mean, I was lamenting yesterday that Herb Stovall was not still alive, because he would have been perfect. And he had worked on the National Capital Commission. But I mean, you want somebody who is neutral, that really has no conflict of interest. It may even require somebody from outside Toronto, because I don't know. I don't care. But I just want to, I don't know if we have to do it as one motion or two, but the first motion would be to adopt recommendations 1 to 6. And the second would be City Council requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, to defer action on the alterations proposed in the report until a comprehensive study of the Queen's Park cultural heritage landscape is complete. And that addresses our concerns about not wanting to adopt the recommendations about the heritage easements, because we don't know what heritage easements we would be comfortable with. So does that, well, look at that. So we can do it as, I'd like to do it as a single motion, just because it's 2:30 and I'd like to eat lunch. So what do people think? Will somebody make a motion to adopt? Jeff?
Yeah.
Did I see your hand? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're making a motion to adopt the recommendation, and all in favor?
I'm sorry, to the chair. I'm a little confused as to, are you moving this motion, or is Jeff
No,
Kettle?
Jeff is. Jeff.
Let us make a quick adjustment then, please, and then give us a moment to take it down so that you can take the vote. Thank you.
Yeah.
And can we see the whole group when we take the vote, rather than the
That'd be great. I would love that. If not, well, do we want to do, that's the other option, is a recorded vote, or I just make my cursor go left and right, but I have to see each of you.
Well, I don't know about recorded. I just like to see the group during the vote.
Okay.
So the only change was changing it that Jeff is moving this from Sandra.
Yeah. So, Paul?
All in favor?
Oh, yes. I was just waiting to see if we can get everybody on at once, but so far, no.
Everybody.
It may be useful, Madam Chair, it may be useful to have a recorded vote on this.
Okay.
My apologies to people being put on the spot, but it may be useful.
Okay. So, I'm taking the vote. I'm in favor. Sandra Shaw in favor. Councillor Layton, you're my next one.
Do you want me to call sorry, Madam Chair, do you want me to call the vote then? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The motion on PB 17.4, moved by Jeff Kettle. I'll call your name, and if you could just indicate if you're in favor or against. Robert Alsop? Robert?
He's muted.
Robert, you're muted.
I'm in favor.
Paul Farrelly?
In favor.
Matthew Gregor?
In favor.
Alex Grenzbach?
In favor.
Jeff Kettle?
In favor.
Councillor Layton?
In favor.
Barbara McPhail?
In favor.
Julie Raddy?
Rady and in favor.
Sorry, pardon me. Sandra Shaw?
In favor.
Elizabeth Seesum?
I abstain in the interest of the project.
If you're present, you have to vote. You have to. You can't abstain in the middle of a vote.
In favor.
Or you can leave the meeting. It's your choice, but you can't stay in the meeting and just not vote. So.
In favor.
Okay. Kim Story?
In favor.
And Paul Cordingley?
In favor.
The vote carries unanimously.
Yahoo. Okay, this is painful, but I realize, as limited as my memory is, we still have 17.5. Oh my God, these poor people. Okay, that's the inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street. Staff presentation?
Yes. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Hello again, everyone. I'll be presenting on item PB 17.5, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register and intention to designate the properties at 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Similar to my last presentation, I'll then pass it off to my colleague Dan, who will speak to the development application. Next slide, please, Yasmina. The map on the screen shows the location of the properties on the west side of Yonge Street between Manor Road West and Hillsdale Avenue West. Next slide, please. 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street are comprised of two large two-story commercial buildings with glazed storefronts in the first story and apartments in the second story. The property at 2100 Yonge Street was constructed in 1936-7 and was designed by the architect Benjamin Brown, while the property at 2106 Yonge Street was constructed shortly after in 1936-7, and the architect is unknown. Both properties are located in the Yonge-Eglinton Secondary Plan area and the Midtown and Focus Planning Study area. The property at 2100 Yonge Street, which is the corner property and includes the entrance addresses at 2101 and 2104 Yonge Street and 8 and 12 Manor Road West, was listed on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register on the 2nd of October 2017. Following research and evaluation according to Ontario Regulation 906, it has been determined that the adjoining properties at 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street have cultural heritage value, the former for its designs, associations, and context, and the latter for design and context. The properties at 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street have design and physical value as being representative examples of a Main Street row, which is identified by their two-story scale, rectangular form and massing, flat roof lines, and the glazed commercial storefronts fronting Yonge Street with residential or commercial units in the upper floors. The property at 2100 Yonge Street has further design and physical value as being a modest representative example of classical style, which is reflected in its fenestration, stone moldings, and in the recessed entrance set in a decorative stone surround in the side elevation. Next slide, please. The property at 2100 Yonge Street has historical and associative value as being representative of the career of the noteworthy Toronto architect Benjamin Brown, who was among one of the first Jewish architects to sustain a successful practice in Toronto during the first decades of the 20th century. Next slide, please. Lastly, both 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street have contextual value for their role in defining, supporting, and maintaining the historic mid-rise streetscape character of the thoroughfare on Yonge Street between Davisville Avenue and Blythewood Road on a prominent main street in North Toronto. They are also historically, visually, and physically linked to their surroundings as part of a continuous group of commercial buildings with a shared setback in the block between Manor Road West and Hillsdale Avenue West. I'll now pass it over to Dan.
Okay, could you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Been a lifetime since I've last spoken to you all.
Yes, it feels like
The last
that. And look what's behind you on your screen, Dan.
Anyway, good afternoon. Dan DeBartolo of Heritage Planning staff. The item before you that I'll speak to is the proposal to alter the designated heritage properties at 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street and to give authority to enter into the heritage easement agreement. Once again, similar to other presentations, I'm introducing the alterations, and the applicant will provide a more detailed presentation delineating the conservation strategy. The project would consist of a 12-story redevelopment of the site that will contain retail uses at grade with 91 residential units on the above floors. The conservation strategy for the heritage properties will retain in situ the Yonge Street facades of the properties, as you can see in the photo, as well as retaining the interior of the buildings along this frontage to a depth of 3 meters, approximately 10 feet. At the Manor Road West frontage, the project retains in situ the 13 meters of the south facade of the property. Could you go to the next slide, please? This slide shows the step back at the roof of the heritage property. Next slide, please. This slide shows a rendering of the project. Staff supports the project given the overall conservation achieved at the site. This concludes my introduction to the project. The applicant will now provide their presentation, a more detailed description of the conservation strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Catherine is who's going to present from Rockport Group. Is that correct?
I believe so. Catherine?
Hi, it's Catherine Randall here from Rockport. Sorry, I wasn't sure the unmuting. Julie Tindorf is actually going to present from ERA, and I'm here to answer any questions if there are any.
Super. Thank you, Catherine. And sorry that this has happened so late.
It's been an interesting day to listen.
Yes.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Julie Tindorf. I'm with ERA Architects. We are the heritage consultant for the applicant. Thanks, Catherine, for jumping in there, and thank you to Madam Chair and the board for enduring what has been a marathon meeting. Thank you to Larissa.
Say we're not thoughtful.
I'm sure you all must be really hangry.
Yes.
I just also want to say thanks to Larissa and Dan for their presentations. I'm going to keep it very brief. We've got a presentation up in front of us. I thought that might be appreciated at the end of the day. Yasmina, I think we can skip to slide number 3. Apologies, slide number 4 to the archival photographs. There we go. So just some interesting photos here. The version on the left is from 1952. This shows the rear of the building adjacent to the subway trench during the construction of the subway. And then the version on the right, or the photo on the right, is from 1981, showing the corner of Yonge and Manor and that stone cornice that wraps around the south corner of the building. Next slide, please. So I'll just go through this really quickly. This is the original proposal from 2018 that was considered in the 2018 Heritage Impact Assessment. A couple of things that I just wanted to call your attention to very briefly is that a couple of differences between the 2018 version and the 2020 version, which you'll see in a moment, is related to the south elevation of the building to be retained. So the Manor Road West elevation was proposed to be retained to 4 meters and then reconstructed for 15 meters after that. In addition, there was a residential entrance that was proposed within that reconstructed facade, and a large, I just lost my place. I apologize. I also haven't eaten lunch. There was a very large air intake shaft that was proposed as part of that reconstructed facade. Next slide, please. So this is unfortunately a fairly boring set of elevations, which speaks to the massing that we just showed in the previous slide. I think I can skip to the next slide, please. So this is the current proposal that's in front of you today for consideration. As Dan had mentioned, the proposal maintains the street-facing elevation on Yonge Street and the Manor Road elevation to a depth or to a length of 13 meters, which is a change from the 2018 proposal. So instead of having 4 meters retained, we're having now 13. The residential lobby entrance that I spoke of in the 2018 proposal is now part of the new construction and is no longer being implemented as part of the heritage facade being retained. One thing that I will call out is that the existing recessed entrance set in decorative stone, which is on the Manor Road elevation and identified as a heritage attribute, is going to be relocated closer to Yonge Street to a more prominent location within that retained elevation, so that it can accommodate the new residential entrance further west and then site access further west of that. So the revised proposal also contemplates alterations to second-story window openings at the south and east elevations to replicate the original double and triple window openings found on 2100 Yonge Street's east and south elevations. And finally, the at-grade screen that was proposed on the south elevation, so the Manor Road West elevation, has been shifted west of the retained elevation, so it's no longer going to be part of that heritage facade. And a note about existing storefronts. So the storefronts that exist today are proposed to be dismantled, and during that period of time, further investigations will be undertaken to determine the extent of heritage fabric remaining. The intent is to conserve and or reinstate, where applicable, the original rhythm and proportion of the storefronts and to conserve the stone cornice above these storefronts. Next slide, please. I think this is just another set of elevations. And next slide, please. And this is the final slide just to show the retained 3-meter depth, which is below grade and above grade on the Yonge Street elevation. And so the important thing to note here is that on both the below grade and ground floor levels, internal demising walls are proposed to remain within that 3-meter depth. And I believe that's my last slide, and I promise to keep it brief, so I will stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Robert? Robert, you're muted. Robert?
Okay. Could you go back to the ground floor plan again, please? I just want to understand what's proposed with regard to the retail. It looks as though it's one big open space.
Yeah.
That is the way it's currently being shown. There's only 3,000 square feet of retail space here. So right now it's one space, but it has 2 entrances, so it could be divided up into two different retail bays.
And it's currently how many?
We haven't shown any demising walls within the space right now. The overall space is 3,000 square feet, so it's actually less than what was there previously, but we have maintained those entrance points along Yonge Street, so it could be divided further once we are available to the market and see what kind of interest there is.
I would think there's interest in maintaining the current store frontages.
The frontages from the exterior, Julie, I don't know if you want to chime in, they will remain as they look today.
That's correct. And so, Robert, to answer your question, there are currently 4 stores within that elevation, and one has been divided into 2 separate stores.
Right. And they go the full depth of the building at the moment, do they?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if Yonge Street's going to survive, it needs multiple entrances and entrances into individual stores. Looks as though some of them are really tiny. Okay. It's not a very good idea.
Point taken, Robert.
Okay, other questions?
Sandra?
Sandra, I'm sorry?
Elizabeth?
Yes, yes, speak.
Okay, thank you. So you've shown the elevations of the block and the elevations for the entire block as it extends north. What happens on the south side of Manor Road? That's also part of that streetscape, Main Street, as you've described in the application. Do we know what's happening there?
On the south side of Manor Road?
South of Manor Road, you have shown along Yonge Street. We understand what the elevations are because you've identified what you're proposing and what is happening directly to the north. Then Manor Road, it is east-west on Yonge Street. I'm just wondering what happens south of Manor Road on Yonge Street, because you have described this proposal as responding to Main Street. So I'm wondering what the extended context of this might be, if you know that yet. I know it's not part of your proposal, but is anybody at the city aware of an application on that side that would obviously respond to what's happening here? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I can speak to the current context. I'm not aware of any development applications, and maybe I'll defer to staff when it's appropriate for them to answer questions. The current context is that there is a 3-story building with retail at grade, and it appears as though there would be residential above. And this extends the length of Manor Road West. I wish I could show you my screen because I'm currently right now on Street View, and it would be much easier to show you a photo.
Okay. Okay, and is the staff aware of any applications, and contextually, would they align with what's proposed here?
We have to wait till we ask staff that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But
Thank
keep
you.
that quick. Don't lose that thought. Are there any other questions for Julie? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. And so I'm thanking Catherine as well. I assume Michael McClellan and Ari Ibarra are not speaking. Is that correct?
And that's correct. Michael sends his regrets and says hello to all of you. And Ori unfortunately had to drop off the call for another meeting.
Really? Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now you can ask that same question to staff, because now we're up to asking staff questions, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you. So, to Heritage staff, are we aware of
I'm sorry to interrupt.
applications?
Did I miss somebody?
No, I just sent you a note because we just right now got an email from a member of the public who would like to speak on this matter. So
Can they do that?
The committee or the board could go back to hear the person if they wish, although we have moved past that. But would you like to hear from this person and we can get them quickly added?
Sure, as long as they speak for 5 minutes and Elizabeth does not ask her question. And in the meantime, since...
Okay, I'll get that going. You'll have to wait a moment. We have to connect them and everything, okay?
Sure.
Just a moment.
Yep. I'm just trying to change so it's...
This could take a few minutes, so perhaps if you would like, as a board, to move to questions of staff, and then when this person does connect.
Let's do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would really like that. Thank you. Okay, questions of staff. Elizabeth, for example.
So, again, I just was wondering if staff were aware of any applications across the street moving south on Yonge Street. Whether anything was before them and they were reviewing it, and if so, how that might align with what is being proposed here in the context of Main Street as the proposal is described in the material. Thank you.
I'll take that question. This staff person is not specifically aware of any proposals. However, if proposals do go forward, they would need to be aligned with the policies within the secondary plan. There's been a secondary plan recently developed in Eglinton Midtown. Yonge Street here was characterized as a main street, and there are certain guidelines that go along with development on these main streets. However, if the application is at a site with a heritage building, our heritage policies would apply where we would look, I believe the building at that corner is a listed building, so our policy staff would first look to see if it has the cultural heritage value for it to be designated, and then if that is determined that it meets 906 for designation, staff would look to ensure that the attributes of the property are conserved, and that includes the scale, form, and massing. So that's the answer for those properties that have heritage properties. If it's an infill property, it would need to comply with the secondary plan guidelines. And don't quote me on this, but I believe it's something of the sort of there's a street wall of 3 stories or so with a step back of 1.5 meters, and then you're allowed to go up to 7 or 8 stories. I'm not sure of that, but it's somewhere in that, of that scale and massing that is permitted through the policy of the secondary plan. Mary, do you have anything to add?
No, I just think that's very clear, and as you'll see from ours, when there's a heritage property, we try to have a greater step back in order to maintain the 3-dimensional integrity of the property. So,
okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? We do have the speaker on the line, but let's finish questions to staff first at this point. No other questions? Okay, we have...
Yes, a question.
Yes?
Sorry, question for Mary. My understanding, Mary, is that this would be the first case of a application that involves one of the what do we call them? Group listings. I forgot what they're called now.
Yeah.
That were undertaken under Tamara's leadership, I think, on Yonge Street, on Bayview, and on Mount Pleasant, and Eglinton as well. Very significant. 500 properties that were brought forward, with a lot of local support and some local opposition. So I would feel that this is really an important application to do this properly, to do it well. Would you agree?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, for providing that opportunity to promote that aspect of it. And we didn't plan that, just so you know. So yes, this is, to my mind, the first application that is moving forward with. It's generally they've been called batch listings. I prefer multiple because batch just feels a little bit too off the cuff. But the multiple listing that accompanied the Midtown in Focus, and I can say without hesitation that we are very grateful that it is Rockport working with us for this first example, because a lot of the opposition was about how, as we hear often, that the important intensification of certain areas along our major routes is going to be killed by heritage. And we worked very collaboratively. Rockport wanted to understand the heritage value of the buildings because the listings in this area were new. It was clear that these were important Main Street buildings. They are not what some people think of as heritage buildings, but we believe they're very, very strong and important contributors to our main streets. And they took it on board and kept working with staff. And as has happened a few times with Rockport, they have provided a lovely example for us to point to say, look, the doom and gloom scenario, the opposition between heritage and mid-rise or intensification on the avenues is a false opposition. So thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I think I'm glad that you agree. We think this is a very good example of what we were hoping to have happen.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to staff before I go to the speaker? Okay.
I'm sorry, but Madam Chair, but it seems that the person didn't connect with us at all, so it doesn't seem as though they want to speak any longer. So I think you could probably move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, everyone. So, discussion among us. If there's no other questions for staff and there's no more speakers, any discussion? I mean, it really, I know the area very well because I have to pass it to get to my father's retirement home. I think personally it's a wonderful proposal. So can I ask somebody to move to adopt? Julia? All in favor? Wave your hands. I can see all at once. Okay, no opposed? It's carried. So we're not finished yet. We have Elizabeth for item 17.7, new business. And she's going to make a presentation and then she's going to make a motion.
So thank you very much. And I'm going to keep this very short because we're all hungry. So as the board will recall, a working group was struck to consider options to improve the advisory role of the Toronto Preservation Board at its January 27th, 2019 meeting. It included 5 board members and 1 member of heritage staff. The working group met many times over a 7-month period, consulted with heritage consultants and also other professionals. The report details critical concerns which must be addressed to ensure the preservation of the city's cultural landscape, including the narrow focus on project review, limiting discussion of heritage and the cultural landscape, something we've been engaged in discussion on several projects today. It also addresses minimal participation by heritage professionals during the early project discussions and peer project reviews, the incomplete and graphically poor project information sometimes provided to the Toronto Preservation Board, and the lack of opportunity for public comments and deputations. The working group has proposed several recommendations, including a 2-year pilot to test those recommendations. The pilot does not require major committee or interdepartmental staff reorganizations to be introduced in order to test the pilot. So what I would like to do, as this is an item that requires review and discussion, I wish to make a motion to defer discussion of the report until the next meeting on October the 30th, in order that the board and the public will have enough time to consider the recommendations, reflect and comment, and provide the board with some discussion and considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So what we're doing today essentially is receiving the report. And can I have a motion? Okay, there's what it looks like officially. There's text missing. Sorry, Lords, I'm getting loopy. The motion is that consideration of the item be deferred until the October 30th, 2020 meeting of the Toronto Preservation Board. And can I have someone make a motion to adopt? Elizabeth, make a motion to adopt. Okay.
No, actually, pardon me, Madam Chair.
No?
Just if you vote on the deferral, that should be fine, okay?
That's a quit. Okay. Let's vote on the deferral. How many in favor? Looks pretty good. Any opposed? Okay. I think it's carried, and I think we can adjourn unless somebody has something they want to talk about. Okay, I
move we adjourn.
Okay, we adjourn. I mean, if no one's going to say no.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate this and the staff. Thank you so much.
Bye.